Good morning. We're going to start the first session of today. So first, take seat. Okay, our first speaker, which is from the area of biological sciences, is Brian Becerra Bresan from the Faculty of Science of UNAM.
Well, thank you, Manuel. Thanks everyone for being here. This is our third day. And first of all, I would like to thank to Ana Barahona, Carmen Martinez, and of course the Franco-Mexican seminar for the opportunity to present some of my research. And as you have already seen, to be part of the team behind this event. Now it's my turn to take the role as an academic rather than a streamer. And well, that's the title of my presentation, Evolutionism in Mexico, the first contents in the National Preparatory School and other educational institutions from 1867 to 1897. Well, maybe less, maybe more. So I would like to point out that this research, it's only just beginning. It forms part of my postdoc project. So much of the information I'm about to present, it's just with the purpose of understanding the scope of this work and what might be helpful to do in this area, the introduction of the evolutionism in Mexico. Please, next. So to begin with, I'll talk about what the term evolutionism means, without actually arriving at a fully satisfactory definition, but one that is at the very least useful. I will then briefly discuss how and when the theory of evolution was introduced in Mexico and how certain authors have addressed this introduction. I will then turn to the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria, National Preparatory School, which is the first preparatory school located in Mexico City, and provide a brief overview of its curriculum and its relationship with the natural sciences and the theory of evolution. And in the section 4, I would like to make a brief distinction between Darwinism and evolutionism. They are not synonymous. And the first Mexicans to read about evolution were aware of this, maybe even more so than people are today. And finally, just a concluding remarks on future research and possibilities of investigations. So next, please. So let's start with the evolutionism. In the 17th century, a number of naturalists, especially French ones, began to discuss the concept of change in organisms. They didn't speak of evolution in the modern sense, but they discussed change in organisms, which is very, very important. For example, sorry for the French, Buffon, in his extensive work, Natural History, Historia Natural, discusses the term degeneration of a species. Or the well-known case of Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, who in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, particularly in his book Zoological Philosophy, provided a masterful explanation of the concept of transformation, which is already very, very important. Next, please. But it was really in the mid-18th century, with the various ideas put forward by different naturalists, that the concept of evolutionism began to take shape. This included the ideas of naturalists such as Herbert Spencer, Ernst Haeckel, Wallace, and of course Charles Darwin, amongst many others. In other words, it's not just about Darwin's theory of natural evolution, which was actually developed by Darwin and Wallace, though this is almost never mentioned. Next, thank you. So, what is evolutionism? The term evolutionism became firmly established during the later half of the 19th century, thanks to the publication of On the Origin of a Species and Spencer's various work, which already explained the phenomenon in the modern sense. Thus, the historical trajectory of evolutionism goes from the 17th century, referring to the life sciences, to the performationist theories 18th century and early 19th centuries, to the evolutionary explanations made by naturalists such as Darwin and Spencer in the second half of the 19th century. Thus, we can define evolutionism as a phenomenon that became established in the second half of the 19th century, covering various ideas of biological evolution, and not just of Darwin and Spencer. Next one, please. So the introduction of evolutionism took place in Mexico thanks to the country's adaptation of positivism philosophy brought from France by Gabino Barreda, a devoted student of, sorry for the French, Auguste Comte. Yeah, hope so. In 1867, the physician Gabino Barreda pronounced the civic discourse, Oración Cívica in Spanish, in which he used a persuasive speech to establish and promote the positivist philosophy. A year later, in 1868, with the founding of the National Preparatory School and Gabino Barreda as its first director, the curricula and educational programs to be implemented in educational institutions gained scientific authority. Almost 10 years later, in 1877, with the founding of the Gabino Barreda Methodophila Association, discussions surrounding positivism and evolutionism intensified. These early debates marked the beginning of a series of controversies regarding evolutionary theory, and in that same year, 1877, with the publication of the Annals of the Methodophila Association, recording began of everything discussed by the members of the Gabino Barreda Methodophila Association, among other subjects. So in a general view, these moments help to understand the framework that existed during the introduction of positivism in Mexico. Next, please. Well, these are just some of the earliest authors and studies that mention exactly what I'm saying. Next, please. Right, I just mentioned two debates. The debate of 1877 that began when the text Consideration on Darwin's Theory, written by medical student Pedro Noriega, was discussed at the Gabino Barreda Methodophila Association. It has been noted that this was the official presentation of Darwin's theory, which surprised everyone who was present in that moment, with a great polemic that divided the participants into factions. That of Barreda, who opposed the methodology and had little confidence in the English naturalist evidence, Darwin, and that of the young Mexican intellectuals who were in favor of Darwin's ideas. It was, in other words, a controversy between the so-called Darwinist and anti-Darwinist, as historiography usually describes it. Barreda did not argue strongly against Darwin ideas, but rather against the method used, considering it arbitrary and irrational. For the physician, for Barreda, Darwin's theory, known as the theory of transformation of a species, genera, and so on, has yet to satisfy the conditions required by the scientific method, and therefore could be most not accepted as a proven fact, but rather as a hypothesis that has still not been proven, and which is contradicted by powerful evidence. In this perspective, the lack of scientific evidence and justification for Darwin's theory led him to regard revolutionary theories such as Lamarck as superior. And the young positivists would reply to Barreda had failed to understand the analogies and concept of the struggle for existence and natural selection explained by Darwin. Spreading controversy between teacher and students regarding the future nature of the evolutionary content that would be taught in schools and disseminated in social, educational, and even political spheres. Next one. The second debate, which is the one that really matters to me, took place in 1868 and was about the use of textbooks containing evolutionary content in classes at the National Preparatory School, a topic that generated important discussions among liberal and religious newspapers. And the most provocative book on this subject is titled Compendium of the History of Antiquity, Compendio de Historia de la Antigüedad, written by Justo Sierra. This is the only section that discusses evolution, the one on the right, and the zoom is barely visible due to the poor quality of the scan produced by the National Newspaper Archive. But the section is called Live Men, and what the text says is, next please, there is a theory that seeks to explain the origin of life through the simple transformation of physical and chemical elements into a rudimentary organisms from which the vast variety of plant and animals life originated. Scholars agree that not a single case of spontaneous generation has been proven. Next, please. Darwin and his followers maintain that the scientific explanation for the origin of man lies in what is called the transformation of species. This implies that simpler species have gradually transformed into more complex ones by the process of natural selection, which consists in the fact that the strongest individuals have survived the weaker ones in the struggle for existence, and from the union of the strongest have been born individuals who have inherited the qualities of their parents' qualities that have continually adapted to the environment. On this basis, Darwinists have decided to claim, despite the objections of many scientists, that humans and orangutans are descendants of a common ancestors. And next one, please. Well, it's clear that Sierra does not regard the theory as definitive. The author refers to it to provide context for the international scientific panorama on the origin of man. This section does not include any creationist explanations, and even though there are few references to the topic. Therefore, it's likely that Sierra was inclined to present more scientific content, being careful due to the controversy such information might cause in the schools. All right. No, this is not the right one, maybe one before. Okay. Various authors have noted that this is how evolutionary ideas entered the official education system in Mexico beginning in 1878. But the interesting thing here is that it's not just about how evolution is presented in textbooks, like I said before, with just 2 or 3 paragraphs. I mean, the date is 1878, and the National Preparatory School was founded in 1868, sorry. So what happened to the content on evolution during that decade? Does it existed, and what is ever proposed? There are research, these are my research questions, and I will explore in my postdoc. And to try to answer them, I am immersed myself in a review of what happened during that decade at the National Preparatory School regarding the curriculum and who was responsible for selecting the topics. Now, yes. Here appears the names of Alfonso Rena Fernandez and Alfonso Luis Herrera, father and son, who were some of the people responsible for deciding when and how this content was incorporated, not only in the early days of the National School, 1868, but over a period of almost 30 years. So next slides are just exactly as my script and part of my first steps on this topic, and which is also part of a paper that I'm writing right now. Okay. The Organic Law on Public Education was promulgated by Benito Juárez on December 2, 1867. As an institutional measure, the law established the National Preparatory School, prioritizing the teaching of the sciences and eliminating religious education. The Organic Law also stipulated that education must be obligatory, secular, and free. Education, in an effort to promote learning through positivism and scientific knowledge, included the natural sciences in the scope of knowledge that should be present in the first curriculum, without making it very clear how the teaching of evolution and topics related to biology, a discipline did not yet exist, would be covered. Although the word biology appeared in the Mexican press as early as 1867, during discussions about the curriculum to be implemented at the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria, a brand new educational institution, it would not be formally established as a science in the country until years later. This is already said by Consuelo Cueva, Roberto Moreno de los Arcos, Rafael Guevara, well, among others, not just for me. You can also find the text a little bit different in my PhD thesis. All right, however, next one, please. Right. However, given that biology was not yet a formalized discipline and was managed in a confusing manner, The subject chosen for teaching at the preparatory school was natural history, which was divided into the subjects of zoology and botany in 1872. Okay, apart from these minor changes in the natural history course, the original curriculum remained unchanged for nearly 30 years, a period that included the second director of the school, the aforementioned Alfonso Herrera Fernandez, who served from 1878 to 1884, the third director, Vidal Castañeda y Nájera, who served from 1885 to 1901, and the fourth director, the physician Jose Terres, under whom the Academy of Biology was founded. Next one, please. So Alfonso Herrera played a very important role because he taught the natural history course for a long period from 1874 to 1884. And from that position, he greatly encouraged the students' naturalist interest, basing his teaching on authors such as Darwin and Wallace. Among the many topics he covered in his course, those related to the constant change of species, embryonic development, gradual processes in organisms, and the geographic distributions of animals are particularly noteworthy. These topics reflect evolutionary concepts, along with the topics in embryology and physiology. There was a specialized language that, far from turning students into experts in life sciences, revealed the 19th century echoes of evolution, as well as an early awareness that living beings depend on one another. During the change, next please, yeah, during the change of directions of the National Preparatory School mentioned above and Alfonso Herrera's administration as professor and director, along with the work, activities, and publications of the Mexican Society of Natural History, the life sciences, zoology, and botany courses were promoted, and the establishment of conferences and academies in the field, whose main subjects focused on naturalists such as Linnaeus, Decandolle, Darwin, or the variation of species, the struggle for existence, natural selection, adaptation, and inheritance concept discussed by the authors on the origin of the species. So, in addition, Alfonso Luis Herrera, the son, played a key role in the field of education because he proposed the study of living organisms from an evolutionary perspective. The year of 1899 is particularly significant because the naturalist Alfonso Luis Herrera and the young Daniel Vergara Lope, research assistant at the National Medical Institute, were awarded the Hopkins Medal, granted by the Smithsonian Institution for exceptional research focusing on the properties of atmospheric air and its therapeutic applications for improving human health. The winning work by the young Mexicans was titled Life on the Highlands, I'm not going to pronounce in French, which was initially published in French and focused on explaining the various beneficial conditions provided by the highlands and how species adapt to these environments, as well as refuting the idea that the racial and physiological characteristics of Mexicans implied a certain inferiority compared to other populations. Next one, please. Another significant moment in Herrera's evolutionism was the publication in 1904, his book Nociones de Biología, Fundamentals of Biology, which he wrote to teach courses to faculty members at the Escuela Normal de Instrucción Pública Superior, School of Higher Public Education, in what is considered the first general biology course founded in 1902. In the book, Herrera discussed the origin and evolution of living beings, as well as various phenomena on Earth and in the universe. He also focused on the evolutionary ideas of Erasmus Darwin, Charles Darwin's grandfather, Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, Charles Darwin, and others, to explain the evolutionary journey of humanity. Okay, this work by the Mexican naturalist is considered the first biology textbooks in Mexico containing information that referred to scientific advances in Europe from an evolutionary perspective. Furthermore, in this work, Herrera presented his first proposal on the origin of life, known as plasmogeny, a novel theory to explain life forms arising from inorganic matter in the laboratory and protoplasm, the essential substance of organisms. Okay, as the studies by Alfonso Herrera Fernandez and Alfonso Luis Herrera, father and son, point out, the content covered not only Darwin, but also other naturalists who put forward evolutionary ideas. There was a specialized language which, far from turning students into experts in life sciences, reveals the 19th century echoes of evolution, I like that side, as well as an early awareness that living beings depend on one another. Even the intellectual elite of the time identified and recognized pioneering evolutionists beyond Darwin or Lamarck, as can be seen in discussions in the 19th century press. I'm not going to talk about the press because I have no time, but maybe later. And finally, to examine the curricula and study materials of the National Preparatory School, it's necessary to do it, particularly the natural history course, zoology and botany, with the aim of identifying evolutionary content. It's necessary to examine the press and publication from that period related to the Mexican Society of Natural History and the introduction of evolutionism in Mexico. It's necessary to analyze the textbooks for the biology course, which covers specialized topics in evolution. And finally, evolutionism is not synonymous with Darwinism, as evidenced by the language used by the Mexican naturalists of the time, in this case, Alfonso Herrera Fernandez, or Alfonso Luis Herrera, or by the intellectuals, the keys Sierra Brothers in the press, in the press and liberal newspapers, particularly when they insist that they were evolutionists. They say evolutionists before Lamarck and Darwin. And I think that's it.
Thanks so much, Brian. So we have enough time for some questions.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. I'm going to make a question which somehow is directed with your lecture and somehow it comes a little bit besides. And it deals with the institution where all of this happens, the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria. Because, well, the influence of the positivist philosophy in the development of the theory of evolution. It's quite interesting. You have given it. But what puzzles me a little bit as a Mexican, and I underline this, is trying to understand, because the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria is an institution that still exists. And it's exactly, to make a translation, it's l'équivalent au lycée français. That is all. It's a high school. Okay. Of course, it is clear that it was not conceived as such when it was founded in the 19th century. We all know that during the 19th century in Mexico, there is a long debate because liberal governments and conservative governments opened and closed the university. It's hard to understand for those who are not Mexicans, but the liberal governments closed the university, and the conservative governments opened the university. Now, that means that Juarez, officially, there was no university, but there remained all along the 19th century, and even they were created, as far as I know, during the 18th century, the national schools. I don't know if they were not named like that. I mean, the School of Medicine, the School of Mines, those institutions remained open, and there were the institutions where medicines, where engineers were formed all along the 19th century. Now, my question is, what exactly was the role of the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria in all this mixture of university, which sometimes existed, sometimes did not exist, the different schools of medicine, of engineer, of etc. What exactly was the role of the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria It's just a very naive question. I'd like to know, and therein trying to understand exactly what was the role of the introduction of evolution, the theory of evolution within the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria. Because I've never heard, I've, since many years ago, I've heard about this history where I know you work, I know that Anna works a lot, etc. And that I know. But I don't know, for instance, if by the same time and at the same institution, there were other disciplines, scientific disciplines, that were developed, or the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria, which I still don't know what exactly was its role, its educational role. I'm sure it was not the high school. That is for sure. Exactly what was it? That is my question. And so, in order to understand the relevance of the introduction of the theory of evolution there, if it's possible to have an idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, for the question and for the comment, which is very interesting. And I don't know exactly what's the situation between the national school, but in that moment, I'm sure that there is a lot of students that because the first education is in national school and it's the place where they get sort of a specialization, just a little bit. Then they can incorporate to the institutions in the Piriato epoch. There's a scientific institutionalization of the science. I mean, geography, statistic, astronomy. I don't remember the others. This is very, very, very good. Has been studied by Luis Fernando Escuela. And there is a lot of students from National Preparatory School who incorporate to these institutions. So it looks like the bridge, maybe like the bridge between the high school education to professionalization in the institutions. That's for sure. The rest, I don't really know. It's one of my topic research. So maybe in a month, I will tell you something. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk. I had a question about the conceptual relationship with in relation with the institutional relationships between natural history courses and biology courses, because you show that in natural history courses there were a lot of about evolution and blah blah, and I think that maybe even today it's quite difficult to make a specific line. So in your case studies, did you study about it or no?
Oh, that's a really good question, because even today it's a controversy. What are we going to teach, for example, in the Faculty of Sciences? It's very complicated. And in that moment, in the 19th century, there is a discussion about the formalization of the biology as a discipline. There is no really exact descriptions of how that happened. It's very complicated because it's abstraction, because it's formalized, because it comes from Europe, because, I mean, there's a lot of explanations. But the only thing that is for secure is that natural history, the courses of natural history were really established since the beginning to maybe 19th century, I mean 1902, 1904 century, which is established the biology as a formalized discipline. That's the only thing that I really know.
If you have references about it, I'm very interested.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just one very brief comment. I'm a little bit puzzled that you stress a lot the role of Darwin and Lamarck, but not of Haeckel and Spencer, especially because Justo Sierra's works, for example, were framed around the evolutionary explanation by Spencer, for example. And it seems to me, at least, that maybe if you follow Spencer and Haeckel as the key authors, the key evolutionary authors in Mexican late 19th century, it can be much more sense than Lamarck or Darwin, for example, because obviously they're quoted in all these works, but I think that Spencer is much more important than Haeckel, than Darwin and Lamarck in that sense. Just thank you.
Thank you, Juan Manuel. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, totally. I mean, you have a very good paper which talk about the translation of Spencer from Yucatan, a paper from Yucatan to the Spanish, and how the Mexicans relate with his own words the paper, which is very interesting. Yeah.
Well, thanks. Just maybe two comments on what Carlos said. One, Barreda was a direct starting with Comte, Auguste Comte, and he was a staunch positivist. If you see the hierarchy of sciences proposed by Comte, biology is not at the top. Math and physics are at the top. Barreda was played a key role on the promulgation of the general educational law under Benito Juárez, and was founder of the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria. There is the answer of Barreda to a letter sent to him by Riva Palacio, who was a general, a very important general, who was then governor of the Estado de México, Mexico State, in which Riva Palacio pretended to replicate the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria in el Estado de México, and Barreda answered a very long letter justifying and explaining what was the meaning of the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria. And it was certainly to provide a very wide formation based on the sciences, mainly math and physics, not necessarily biology. I think that might have marked the role that would be played by biology in the beginning of the education in Mexico. Barreda emphasizes in the logical aspects of mathematics, thinking that argumentation based on logic would be a very fine common base for Mexican knowledge. I think that letter is it's quite.
I will search for the letter. It sounds interesting. And just in relation to Carlos' comments and your comment, actually maybe the National Preparatory School could be like the first school which is going to be copied in different states of Mexico. So that's great.
Okay, just one last question.
Very short one. Just to compare on an institution.
Sorry, I'm going to the door because there's.
To compare on an institutional point of view with the situation in France concerning natural history. In fact, the denomination at the end of the regime and afterwards, the denominations for domains was decided by the Academy of Science, the Académie des Sciences, not by the university, not by the government. Well, you may say in a way that the Academy of Sciences is part of the revolutionary government in the form of the Institut France, but that's not true. The word biology was not used even at the Academy of Sciences or at the first class of the Institut de France for the first years. Then things changed. I mean, the idea for the Academy des Sciences was essential that scientists themselves, recognized scientists, were the ones to decide. For the whole curriculum, even for lycée, to school and so on. And at the Museum d'Histoire Naturelle, Museum of Natural History, not Museum of Biology and so on, there, professors were free, at least after 1794, during the terror, to choose. They were the one to choose names, curriculum, and so on. This was changed only with in France with the coming back of monarchy in 1815. So what we more or less see, I mean, you must see also that there was a move coming from the French Revolution that professors have, how could I say that, epistemological power, at least an individuality. So I think perhaps things similar of that kind could be deciphered or understood, whichever.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sounds great. I'll take account. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. So our next speakers are Juan Manuel Rodriguez. Our next speakers are Juan Manuel Rodriguez Caso and Erika Torres. Juan Manuel comes from Xochimilco, and Erika is from here, from UNAM.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you everyone for being here this morning. Well, as is already mentioned, this is a joint presentation between Erika and myself. Erika sends her regards. I'm afraid that she is on a research trip in Georgia, in Tbilisi, at this moment, and I'm in charge of the presentation. What we are going to present today is this paper entitled "Darwinism Without Unity, Ontological Heterogeneity and the Limits of Synthetic Narratives in Evolutionary Biology." Just as a general background, this is part of discussions that we have been having in the last years, Ana Barahona, Erika, and myself, and this is now part of two research projects that we are currently having at this moment, one of them funded by you and the other one by the Ministry of Science, the SUHFECIM, at this time, in which what we want to do, thank you, is to criticize this, the current way in which evolutionary biology history has been presented in general terms. Most of the things that we have been discussing, this is not working, am I afraid? No. Yes. Is that most of the times, basically the history of evolutionary biology has been presented around one person, that is Charles Darwin, one on the origin of species, and one theory, that is natural selection. But that in many ways implies that we have this idea of some kind of progressive narrative in which from the moment that the origin of the species was published, there's some kind of progressive history in which you can find these moments or something like that, like the modern synthesis, for example, in the mid-20th century as some kind of relation, a strict and lineal relation with Darwin's ideas, all in the sense that promote a unifying explanation of biology. But our argument is that, first of all, Darwinism is not a stable category. That is, there are a lot of ways to understand what Darwinism is. And especially if you consider this in historical terms, even in 19th century, even in Charles Darwin's times, Darwinism, it was not necessarily referred, for example, to Charles Darwin's ideas. It can be also referred to Erasmus Darwin's ideas, for example, Charles' grandfather, for example, or even can be referred to Wallace's ideas, for example, the pure Darwinism promoted by Wallace in late 19th century. It was also one of the ways to understand this idea. Those are just 3 examples of so many others that we can find, not just in Britain, but also in other parts of Europe or even the world, for example, in which Darwinism has been understood in a different way. What we are following here is the reticulate model of science promoted by Canadian historian Richard Deline in some of his recent books, in which, above all, what we want to do is to try to criticize and to try to deconstruct, that's the word, deconstruct all these historiographical categories, such as Darwinism, the Darwinian Revolution, the eclipse of Darwinism, the modern synthesis, the extended synthesis, among others. Because we consider that most of the time these are not the full explanation of what evolution really is. It's more part of a narrative proposed by some historians or some philosophers or some biologists, depends, because in that sense, that's also part of our discussion. It's not necessarily the same Darwinism for a historian or for a philosopher or for a biologist. Those can be three different ways to understand something similar, but not necessarily the same at some point. And finally, we want to illustrate some of the consequences, at least in the historical sense, of this diagnosis through some study cases. Oops. Okay. First of all, one of the first questions we have been discussing is, what is the construction? Because we are not following necessarily the reader's proposal in that sense, because the reader's proposal is much more interested in the language, especially. What we are trying to follow here is how can this be applied to historiographical understanding, especially, no? What we can do in order, first of all, not to refute a theory, because we are not trying to say Darwin was wrong or something like that. That's not the idea. The idea in the end is to show that Darwin is one among many authors promoting, defending what evolution is in many different ways. But the history, in many ways, is not showing this. Most of the times, especially now that we were being talking about textbooks, for example, or the preparatory school, etc. Most of the times, the history of biology that is being taught to the students is all about Darwin. It's not about the rest of the people or women, in this case, that can also contributing to the history of evolutionary biology in that sense. And most of this is happening because the history of evolutionary biology is presented as some kind of dominant narrative. In that sense, that dominant narrative is imposing, on one hand, some other alternatives, if you want, as incompatible or simply non-existent. That is really the problem here. So, first of all, as I already said, what is Darwinism? At least in historical sense, it's quite complicated to try to understand that there is one Darwinism. Even in the case of Darwin, to try just to focus on a book such as On the Origin of Species, it's a little bit complicated, at least if you consider that it's a book with 6 different editions, for example. There are some changes, maybe are not so big in many cases, but there are changes among all the 6 editions. And this implies in some ways how Darwin changed his own views about evolution, variation, natural selection, struggle for existence, among other things, for example. But the other thing is the rest of the people, what they said about Darwin's ideas. People such as Huxley, for example, such as Wallace, such as all the Darwinian apostles or disciples in the Victorian way of saying, for example, what they said about Darwinism, it was totally different among all these people. Even in the 20th century, ideas such as those associated with neo-Darwinism, of the population genetic framework of the modern synthesis, this is much more part of the interest of the biologists of the 20th century than Darwin himself, for example. And this, at least this instability, points toward 2 distinct, but at the same time related problems. One, as it has been shown in the work of Richard Delisle, especially, all these categories, such as the Darwinian Revolution, modern synthesis, etc., There are not necessarily neutral descriptions of theoretical facts, but they are more like rhetorical constructions. They are more like narratives promoted by the historians and their own interests in that sense, their own feelings, their own ideas about what biology is or can be or must be. Depends on what on the people in that sense. And this has been imposed in many ways as the only one history of evolutionary biology. Now, if we are considering then that Darwinism is not a unified concept, is not there is not a unity effect, but the one that is only produced by a dominant narrative, then what is happening with the rest of the proposals, ideas, theories, critiques that are found in the history, and some of them are more or less well-known stories, some others are basically not known. What is happening with all this? For example, if we are reading Darwin, and in the sense of the book that is a Victorian book written in the mid-19th century in Britain, for example, we need to consider that maybe the interest of Darwin was not necessarily to promote an ontological rupture, for example. Maybe there were some people around Darwin that were interested in these ruptures, but not Darwin himself, for example. That's an idea that you can follow, for example, if you not just read, are not just reading On the Origin of Species, you need to consider the rest of the books that Darwin published at that time. And Darwin was not necessarily just interested in promoting evolution, and especially in this sense of some kind of rupture or revolution as in following this the way in the 20th century has been understood, for example. This also implies, as it said here, the marginalization of some other ideas, for example. One of these cases that we want to present very quickly is the one about Darwin and Stephen Jay Gould. Stephen Jay Gould is a very well-known biologist in the 20th century, one very well known for his works, especially on the dissemination of science, of biology, natural history, etc., etc. And for so many people, the account presented by Gould is in some way an extension of Darwin himself, especially if you consider the last book of Gould, The Structure of Evolutionary Biology, this some kind of very big Bible that he wrote by the end of his life, in which he tried at many levels to put Darwin in the center of the explanation, despite the fact that many years ago, in the 1970s, Gould and others tried to promote a different and alternative explanation of evolution with equilibria in a totally different sense, in a Darwinian sense. But by the end of his life, apparently, Gould tried to recover some of these feelings about Darwin as the center of the explanation. But this is not necessarily true. It's especially interesting the way in which Gould incorporates some ideas that he considered that are part of this Darwinian framework. They're not necessarily part of Darwin's. That this is different in that sense. For example, in following again the line, Darwin's model of evolutionary history can be described as a cone of increasing diversity, for example, especially as you follow this image. But what Gould is presenting is a totally different model. This one can be named as a decimation model. In that sense, this is much more related with the knowledge of biology in the 20th century than the knowledge of natural history in the 19th century, for example, the one that Darwin had, for example. In that sense, there are two different ontologies. They are not necessarily the same kind of explanation. This is not a continuation at many levels. There are two different ontologies in the sense that in the way how they are structured and what kind of explanation requires every one of these. example, for example, now it's quite common, especially in philosophy of biology, for example, there is some kind of rebirth for so many people of the organismal tradition, for example, the role of organism instead of individuals or populations or someone that are evolutionary levels in evolutionary biology, for example. This case, for example, it's all about which is a systemic level in which we are trying to discuss evolution. And this is not necessarily something that can be explained easily. This is more a tradition that has been refuted, especially for all this narrative imposed by the Darwinian revolution, for example, in which especially all these people who were involved in the development of the modern sciences at the 20th century constructed their own way to explore evolution, and in that sense refuted and excluded some other explanations that can be considered not necessarily useful for their own purposes in that sense. It's important to note here that there's a distinction between what can be a refutation and can be a suppression. In some ways, there are a lot of stories, people in evolutionary biology that can be still there, but maybe they're not as important as they have to be. But in other cases, they're not there. They're simply erased from history. And maybe this is one of the main problems that we have with this process of deconstruction in that sense. This case, for example, Søren Loftrup, a Danish embryologist, nowadays is maybe not very well known, especially because at least in the United States, in the Anglophone world especially, is a very well known people, the critics he established against the Darwinian theory, especially with this book called Darwinism, the Refutation of a Myth, published in 1987, for example, and nowadays is part of all the discussions promoted by creationist movements in the United States against evolution. Loftrup was not a creationist, was an embryologist, was a biologist, and nowadays it's quite important to recover his work, because if nowadays we are trying to re-understand, to understand in some other way what evolutionary biology is, especially if we consider now the role of evolutionary development, for example, epigenesis, for example. This is one of the first people in the world who established the basics of these kind of explanations called epigenetics and evolutionary development. There's a lot of experimental work behind most of the publications of Loftrup, for example, but the problem is that most of the times he didn't publish in English. Maybe he's best well-known scientist in countries such as France, for example. He was involved with some of the main zoologists of the mid-20th century in France, such as Jean-Pierre Pierre Racé, for example. They were influenced in so many ways by this guy, by Loftrup. Maybe the main issue with him is that as he became involved not just in experimental works, but also he became really interested in history and philosophy of biology, and in that sense, it's when he became a huge critic of Darwinism and a promoter or a defender at many levels of explanation much more related with Lamarckism, for example, is that at least for some of these people much more involved with modern sciences, people such as Loftrup was not necessarily a very good of people to follow, for example. But if we now are interested in to try to understand the origins of these new research programs, such as evolutionary development or epigenesis, we need to check at the work of this guy, Loftrup, especially. Well, I'm going to try to finish. This is part also of trying to consider the history, need to avoid as much as possible this kind of mechanisms of anachronization. And especially from the historical point of view, maybe for those trained in history is not a problem, but maybe for those people who are not trained necessarily in history, more in philosophy, more in science, in biology, etc., it's quite common to find this kind of anachronistic or presentist interpretations of the history of science, and sometimes it's not. It's part of still a discussion that we're still having about how to conceive what history of science is or must be, depends on who can say it. And this is why we are trying to put the focus on this idea of the reticulate model, in which we are not trying to follow this idea of a progressive narrative about the history, more like it says like a kaleidoscope of research programs that are intentioned, and at many levels there are many histories that are happening at the same time in parallel, and we need to try to focus in all of this in order to try to understand the complexity of the history, in this case of evolutionary biology. So we still have this question. What is Darwinism? Maybe this is not something that I'm going to try to answer now, because we are part of this discussion. As I said, this is a discussion among philosophers, biologists, historians. There are many people involved in this. But what is true for us is that we need to be clear about the role of narratives in this kind of presentation of what science is. The history of science is full of narratives, and we need to try to focus on how these narratives are constructed every time. What are the reasons? What are the ideas that are around all these constructions? And well, the case of Lothrop is, as I said, is just one instance, is just one example that of what can be done in this sense. And these are some of the publications that Richard and I are promoting at this moment, the Darwinian tradition in context, for example. This one that is branching Darwinism, that is done by an Italian historian and philosopher, David Ceccaelli, for example. And there's some others coming in which Anna, Erika, and myself were involved in trying to discuss this with with other historians, biologists, etc., etc. And well, what is our most urgent task? Well, to trying to face what history is, I already said, we need to have this kind of meetings. We still have to have more this kind of meetings with people who are not necessarily on our same branch of study. We need to try to have these ample discussions in order to try to, well, to have different answers. I know saying best or worse or whatever. I'm just trying to say different. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan Manuel. Some questions?
Thank you for sure. Particularly interested what you had to say about historian point of view, but also in a different way, about the idea of neglect. In mathematics, neglect exists for sure, as in any other science, but there is a trick. I mean, you see, people who are proving nowadays, it's simple things. Pythagoras' theorem, Pythagoras. I mean, in mathematics, very often, or Riemann sums, everybody is using only Lebesgue integral, but still called Riemann sums. There is true history. And it is also, it gives you, as you were saying, there were discussions and so on, but it gave discussions. I mean, with Carlos Alvarez, we studied systematically something which, for good reasons of neglect, was called the fundamental theorem of algebra, but in fact, the discussion during the 19th century was, should we call it Gauss theorem, Germany? Should we call it D'Alembert theorem, both prove the theorem. Oh, in a way. D'Alembert, a French, a philosopher, an atheist, by the way. So the English, more or less the English encyclopedia, well, more or less decided, okay, forget about all that and forget about the whole history. I would like just, and people were discussing. I'm not speaking of the usual, well, you know that there is also any theorem proved anywhere now can be called the Bunyakovsky theorem. I mean, there is a Popov, which I say the Popov history of science and so on. Nowadays, you should pronounce Popov in the Chinese way. Don't forget that. But as, on a philosophical point of view, what you are saying is we have narratives. Are you going up to the point as Michel Foucault, which says that all the narratives are necessary? That is, in a way, there is no, I mean, history of science is just a sort of encyclopedia of everything which has been thought. Certainly not. I mean, I don't know, perhaps. This is a question I thought. And thank you for your talk.
Thank you very much for your comment, for your question. And we're still discussing it because we are still don't know exactly, for example, we are speaking about the construction, for example. We're not entirely sure, for example, how we can do this kind of historical analysis, at least at an historical level. What are the elements we need to consider to do this kind of deconstruction? Because just remembering what Vincent mentioned at the first day, for example, the role of, for example, of sociological elements in the history of science. We need to include them or we need to remove them. For example, we need to try to consider some kind of pure science in that sense. And what is pure science in that sense? We need to look at just at the evidence of the moment, or the way we are trying to interpret this evidence. We are still struggling a lot with this idea. I'm not entirely sure we are trying to follow what Foucault said. We are not entirely, I think, that in that path, because in the end, we need to try to consider this idea of a narrative with care. Because in the end, we can promote at some point this kind of an anarchic view of science in which everything is valid or something like that, or not. And this is not the idea. It's more like to try to focus in the context, especially, as I said, in the historical sense. If we include also all these philosophical or theoretical discussions, well, this is a little bit much more complex. But what we at least are trying is just to try to focus in the context of the moment. That implies geography, that implies all the things that are involved. But we are still struggling a lot with that. I don't have a very straight answer, I'm afraid, in that sense.
Thank you very much for your talk. I'm very enthusiastic about it. I was wondering about the case studies of the guy, I already forgot his name, Lothrop, and the relationship between the neglect in historiography and the major narratives. You know, there's this expression of Bateman, the return of organisms. And I was wondering, is Lothrop used in this now major narrative, or is it, you know, excluded because it helps this narrative? Or do you have ideas about that? It's by curiosity.
Thank you very much for the question. I'm afraid that Lothrop's life is quite strange at many levels. He was Danish, but he worked for many years in Sweden. He also worked in Denmark, especially he worked for this brewery industry for many time. He is one of the first who was involved at some point with biotechnology of yeast, for example, especially Carlsberg is the place he used to work. And after that, he spent a lot of time working in places such as France, Italy, for example. And he was very close to very different research traditions in that sense. He, at least until I know, he was very influential, especially in Central Europe and East Europe also, especially in places like Estonia, for example. I'm not entirely sure of Germany, but he's apparently he was considering the importance of all these research programs, such as the one by the theoretical biology, developed especially in places such as Germany. But he mixed a lot of these ideas with his own interests. But if you can track some of his very early ideas, you can find even references to him in journals or books related to theoretical biology, at least in the sense of this, the German tradition, for example, the Romantic tradition. You can find some examples of them, especially of his early works, for example. But depends on the moment. It's quite interesting the way he was incorporating different research traditions, not just those from the theoretical biology, so the idea of organism, but some others. That's one of the main issues with Lothrop. That is, it's a very complicated answer to follow, I'm afraid. I hope that I'm answering.
Interesting, thank you. And I just wanted to say that it's a moment of auto self-promotion, but never mind. We did with a colleague special issues about the notion of désuétude in sciences. That is not the same than obsolescence because it's still useful, but at the margin. And with this special issue, we had a paper from Louis-Étienne Villeneuve, who wrote about the collegiate concepts in history, like Cold War or things like that try to unify many narratives to point out something, but it's very fussy. And so maybe this tool, this conceptual tool of collegiate concepts would be useful for your work about Darwinisms.
Thank you very much for the
I can
reference.
send you,
Yes, please. Thank you.
Just one question.
I don't know if I'm right with my question because it's complicated and I don't understand everything, but it really, no, just I remember something about Stephen Jay Gould in the structure of the evolution theory, very big book, I remember different things, but one, I was very impressed about that. He spent maybe 200 pages discussing to know if Stephen Jay Gould, continue to be Darwinism or not. Because he goes their way, I propose a lot of change, blah, 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 blah. So am I continue or not to be Darwinism? And to accept the paradigm, if you want. The conclusion say, okay, we can consider we are Darwinists. Okay? And for me, it's important because I think that the question probably is not to know in science in general, and in this case, if Darwin was wrong or not. That's clearly not the good question to understand what happened in science. It's because of that, maybe I'm wrong, because I am not very easy with the concept of deconstruction. The point is not to deconstruct. We have to remember Einstein telling about Newton. Oh, Newton, forgive me. It is. I spent a lot of time, not Einstein, but to explain to students. No, with the relativity, it doesn't show Newton was wrong. It's nonsense. I can tell you, Newton was wrong. The question is for Darwinism. If Darwinism, what is the effort? What is produced in the field, the general field of the sciences, the science of living? That is the question. Okay, very interesting question.
Thank you very much for your comment. As I said, we're still struggling at many levels because, for example, the very own idea of Darwinism, it's at least for me, is quite complicated because Darwinism is not necessarily a scientific theory. It's not a scientific theory. It's much more like a worldview. It's a way to imply that there are science, but there are also some other ways to understand the world that can be more related to philosophy or whatever. I'm not really happy with the idea to speak about Darwinism, for example. I prefer to focus on the Darwin ideas presented on the origin of a species in the first edition. Maybe it's too long, but it's much more concrete than to say something that is quite abstract in many ways, because Darwinism, in that sense, we are not saying that we're not trying to criticize. Yeah, because at least in historical sense, you can check, for example, there's a very, very good paper by Cambridge historian James Moore in the 1991 something. It's a paper called The Politics of Evolution in the 1860s. And he's showing, for example, just in that decade, how many different ways to conceive Darwin's ideas were called Darwinism just in that period, for example. And it's a nonsense because there are people who are saying Darwinism is natural selection on the one hand, and there is people saying Darwinism is the inheritance of acquired characters. Because Darwin mentioned that on the origin of a species. So for many people can be also that. So the decision to show that Darwinism is natural selection, for example, there is some kind of history behind of that. And that's what we are interested in that sense. That's, as I just said, we are struggling with the idea of how to consider scientific ideas with or without these social influence or cultural influences, for example, that can imply so many other things that not necessarily a scientific theory, but a worldview. And if we're talking about a worldview, we're talking about philosophy, maybe? Maybe it's not science what we're talking about. And then we're still struggling a lot with this. And I share with you my concerns about the role of deconstruction. That's the word that has been used in many works about this, but this is...
I think that is deconstruction, but Darwin, not a scientific scientific construction.
We can still discuss more about it.
We have no more time, so thank you so much for your help. The next speaker is Solange Haas. She comes from Université de Pau.
And now in my postdoc, I take a step further by examining the predictions that are used to inform decision-making about biodiversity. Before moving on to the introduction, let me break the suspense about the word quantophrenia, which is actually not as mysterious as it sounds. Its meaning is actually quite transparent. So it combines phrenia, from the Greek referring to a pathological mental state or disorder, and from quanto, referring to the expression of a value in a numerical form. So the idea is simple. Quantophrenia refers to the pathological tendency to want to quantify everything. So, introduction. Ecology emerged so at the end of the 19th century, grounded on the epistemological requirement to study living beings through the analysis of the relationships organisms maintain with their environment. And ecology then became institutionally structured during the first half of the 20th century. And later in the 80s, conservation biology gave rise to a new branch that you can see on the screen, structured around the concept of biodiversity that was constructed at the same time as the conservation biology. Scientific ecology has, for several decades now, been at the forefront of global environmental change, playing a key role in making explicit the processes affecting biodiversity by anthropocentric activities. Since the 80s, international reports have multiplied across the various scientific fields concerned with the environmental change in general. In fact, the first major report dates back to 1972, with the Limits of Growth report led by Donella Meadows and her colleagues at MIT. And this report was not a spontaneous initiative from the researchers. It was commissioned by the Club of Rome, which brought together industrials and high-level international officials concerned about global trends. In 1988, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the GIEC in French, was established during the auspices of the United Nations, and its first report published in 1990. Conservation biology emerged within the broader movement aimed at informing decision-making, and so the seminal 1895 article, What is Conservation Biology? In this article, Michael Soulet defined this as a crisis discipline. So conservation biology is a crisis discipline comparing to oncology in medicine and to war, for example, for social sciences. Is illustrated in the diagram from the article, and this reflects a profound shift in the values underpinning scientific disciplines. So, for example, neutrality or precision are no longer a particular value in this discipline, and because they are not placed above the urgent need to address practical conservation issues. The term biodiversity itself reflects the interplay between scientific and political issues. Much later, the EPPES, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, was established in 2012, following a model similar to that of the IPCC, and its first global assessment report was published in 2019, and more specialized reports are now published every 2 or 4 years by the IPBES. This development institutionalizes a key channel through which biodiversity sciences communicate their findings to inform decision-making. It also reflects how ecology and conservation biology have, for part of the scientific community, entered a new area of the relationship between science, or sciences about biodiversity, and society. One in which contributing to international reports assessment about biodiversity has become an integral part of how research is conceived in those disciplines. As you know, reconfigurations of the relationship between science and society have an impact of how scientific activity is conceived. Among these transformations, I will today focus on what I call quantophrenic pressure, that is the requirement for biodiversity sciences to produce and communicate quantified data, So this is for the reconfiguration of the science-social relationship. And one consequence of this transformation concerns how uncertainty is conceived and managed in scientific work. So uncertainty is no longer purely scientific, that is calibrated solely for internal development of the discipline research, but it acquires a social dimension insofar it becomes relevant for collective decision-making. So as an illustration here, you can see the framework presented in the annexes of the IPCC and later adopted by the IPBES, which is intended to guide scientists in how they express uncertainty for decision makers. Thus, the question I will attempt to address, at least partially, is the following. What is the impact of controfrenic pressures related to anticipatory predictions in biodiversity sciences on the management of uncertainty? Before presenting the outline of my argument, I'd just like to clarify that I will not distinguish today between ecology and conservation biology, and I will just speak about science about biodiversity sciences, because otherwise I would have to dig into details that I don't have the time to do today. So presentation overview. So first I will revisit the measurement strategies of biodiversity since the 80s, showing that they tend toward a highly quantified perspective that pays limited attention to social and political issues. Second, I will examine the notion of controfrenia in greater detail and argue that descriptions of biodiversity show controfrenic tendencies that obscure normative and ethical uncertainty. And finally, in the last part, I will focus on the effect of controfrenia on the management of scientific uncertainty. And more specifically, I'll suggest that controfrenia is more closely linked to the concealing of ignorance, even rather than of uncertainty, actually. So first of all, what is biodiversity? So very briefly, to begin with, biodiversity can be understood across multiple spatial and temporal scales and at different levels of integration. So for ecologists, it is measured at various levels, so from gene, species, structure, function, ecosystem, populations, depending on their specialty. In the context of biodiversity crisis, a quantitative narrative seeking objectivity has gradually taken shape, yet its foundations have always been a source of confusion. One of the first questions ecologists and environmental scientists sought to answer, particularly Wilson, was how to count the total number of species on Earth. So that was the problem in the 1980s by Wilson. It quickly became clear that biodiversity cannot be reduced to a simple count of the species. Rather, it must be understood as the diversity of life expressed across all levels and integration, from genes to ecosystem. Moreover, what matters is not merely the diverse state, but also the underlying dynamics, so processes and interactions. And in other words, biodiversity refers both to the diversity of living beings and what makes diversification possible. The definition of biodiversity cannot be understood without taking into account the social political context that shaped at the beginning the word biodiversity. It was formally defined in 1992 by the Convention of Biological Diversity, which immediately endowed it with an ethical dimension, speaking about the intrinsic value of biodiversity. As such, biodiversity is an overdetermined concept. That is, it carries multiple layers of meaning that are independent and sometimes in tension. It is therefore more than a simple case of homonymy between a scientific and political meaning, since these meanings constantly interact. As Vincent Victor puts it, I read from the screen, the term biodiversity is connoted. The term itself is loaded. Biodiversity is not merely the diversity of life, it is the diversity of life in crisis. I continue. The notion of a biodiversity crisis thus has two faces, a scientific one and an ethical one, which have a relative autonomy but are never entirely separate. To say biodiversity is to say the loss of biological diversity is morally and ecologically serious. The reality of this crisis is gradually crystallized through research aimed at naming, measuring, and monitoring the fate of living beings. We now come to the second stage of the first part of the argument. Here we will show that social and political dimensions are obscured in anticipatory predictions. That is, in particular, in scientific outputs directed toward decision-making, because they are less easily quantifiable. To do so, we must distinguish between corroborative prediction and anticipatory prediction. Briefly, so corroborative predictions aim to validate or invalidate a scientific hypothesis, whereas anticipatory predictions aim at informing decision-making. In public debates, we can observe that anticipatory predictions about biodiversity are regularly criticized for their lack of numerical robustness. So here, for example, as an illustration, I have included a video from the US Congress hearing in 2019, 4th of June, for the IPBES report, where it is clearly stated that the results in the IPBES won't be taken seriously because of this lack of this weakness, this supposed weakness in numerical forms. What we observe is a focus whose origin can be traced back to the decision-making sphere on the functional and quantifiable aspects of biodiversity. In this sense, one can speak of pressure from the decision-making sphere for quantified results from the sciences of biodiversity, so that findings are taken seriously and can have an impact on decisions in favor of biodiversity protection. Of course, there are also internal pressures and overlapping interests between the scientific and political interests. We can observe this tendency to privilege a purely numerical view on biodiversity in the scientific history of biodiversity measurement. So in 4 steps, I will go very briefly into the evolution of the measurements of biodiversity. So first step, in the 70s, ecosystem ecology, initiated by the Odum brothers, became a major branch of ecology. In this approach, ecosystems are represented as networks composed of substitutable nodes. So describing and managing an ecosystem is thus reduced to managing the mechanism of resource production. These systems are assumed for self-regulate and maximize the energy production. So human intervention is therefore limited to directing production in the desired direction. In the 80s, biodiversity concerns instead emphasized the vulnerability of living entities, and the stability assumed by Odum's theory was rejected. In order to make this chaotic and unpredictable ecosystem intelligible, the abandonment of the ecosystem as a productive machine was replaced by the optimization of managing living beings as elements of a stock of resources. A major issue of the 80s was the minimum viable population, MVP, the minimum number of individuals required to maintain a species. So the minimum number of individuals that is sufficient so that the species doesn't collapse. As pressure on ecosystems identified, so did pressure on scientific communities, leading ecologists to prioritize saving species from extinction under constraints of environmental degradation and limited resources. In the 80s now, a new theoretical shift occurred. It is the functionalization of living systems. So more specifically, Walker proposed cross-benefit calculations of ecosystem destruction and protection based on the functions performed by the species. As in the MVP, you remember the minimum viable population and hotspot approaches. This framework is driven by a certain scientific pragmatism, even fatalism in a way. Each organism becomes the bearer of a function, is protected because of the value of this function. The controversial notion of ecosystem services has been broadly spoken of by the philosopher and environmental philosophers like, for example, Virginie Maris, comes from this period. We arrive at the most recent stage associated with the idea of ecological compensation. The idea is to substitute elsewhere a form of biodiversity equivalent to that destroyed. So in France, this is formalized in the legal sequence avoid, reduce, compensate, ERC, When measuring ecosystem destruction does not pose major conceptual problems, establishing equivalence between destruction and restoration does. As restoration ecology develops methods to monitor ecological parameters, a fundamental difficulty remains relating a given destruction to a given restoration. Establishing equivalences between destruction and restoration would require ignoring the entire historical dynamics of the ecosystem and presuming knowledge about its future dynamics. Vincent de Victor captures the situation with the evocative humor. I will read it to you just now. So, my hypothesis then is that biodiversity policy has succeeded in dispensing with biodiversity itself. Either it is approached through inventories, in which case protection is limited to corpses, the sorting of the living, or it claims to protect functions and processes without regard for entities, thereby protecting ghosts, functionalization, or else it establishes rules that relativize any destruction as subject to exemptions and compensation, thus protecting zombies that come back to life after their destruction, substitution. We will now move to the second part of the argument. Our aim is to show that the pressures described earlier can be understood as form of quantophrenia. To do so, I will first return in more details to what quantophrenia actually is. So the term originates in sociology, and also it remained relatively marginal. It had been used to explicit social phenomena. I will take the liberty of skipping. Yes, so quantified statements are often acquired in public debate an aura of scientific authority. So that makes them appear indisputable and effectively shuts down discussion. So for example, while vertebrates population have declined by 33%, we are told by the WWF, or 1 million species are threatened with extinction can be read in French government website. So such numerical assertions carry an appearance of unquestionable validity, which can hinder their critical examination and more broadly limit public debate. The predominance of quantified data, often at the expense of non-quantifiable forms of knowledge, has been the subject of sociological research for several decades. So here we can read Ida Hoos, for instance, who criticized the inability of quantified models to incorporate institutional and social dimensions. So I read, what cannot be counted simply does not count. If we therefore systematically ignore large and important areas of concern. On the other hand, we sometimes generate numbers for assumptions in order to carry out calculations. Once included, these numbers become concrete data, which can easily be mistaken for facts. Two sociologists who, although they did not use the term of quantophrenia, but they extensively examined the impact of government by numbers. So I speak of Desrosières and Porter. So from the 18th century onward in Europe, probabilistic and statistical methods underwent significant development, and at the same time, an optimistic idea emerged that a form of rationality grounded on probabilistic and statistical method combined with empirical observation could make possible an objectivity and thus a transparency, both in description and in decision-making for the political issues. Here we find again the idea that quantified statements appear indisputable because they acquire an independent reality. So to quantify is to measure, of course, but it is also to decide. And in this sense, quantifying is a means to producing an agreement. So, voilà. Okay, I skipped the conclusion. So the conclusion is that the evolution of biodiversity measurement is in connection with public policy can be understood as a form of quantophrenia. The second subsection of this part addresses precisely the aspects that are obscured by quantophrenia in biodiversity prediction. So I will go through this part fairly quickly by highlighting the distinction between scientific uncertainty and normative uncertainty. So this idea can be found, for example, in the work of Virginie Maris, who explains how ethical norms give way to ethical uncertainty when in practice you need to protect biodiversity. And so controphenia has the effect of concealing this sort of uncertainties because of its focus on the quantified part and solely the quantified part of biodiversity. Here is skip. Yeah. So now we come to the third and final part of my presentation. So we have seen that the controphenic pressures stemming from the decision-making sphere affect biodiversity predictions, the form of biodiversity prediction, and we will now turn to their consequence for the management of uncertainty. So first of all, I'd like to emphasize the distinction between uncertainty and ignorance I talked a bit earlier. While scientific uncertainties have received considerable attention from philosophers of science and from scientists themselves, ignorance is often associated with the field of agnotology, as defined by Robert Proctor. I call agnogenesis the deliberate production of ignorance or doubt, the proper study of which is agnotology, a key complement to any exploration of the state of the art. Thus, ignorance is primarily studied in order to describe phenomena related to the use of scientific results by a non-academic sphere. As an illustration, one may also refer to the Oresk and Conway book and the study of tobacco and oil production. Girel defines ignorance as follows. Ignorance carries a normative dimension which relates to the epistemic and practical ends that can be pursued on the basis of a given state of knowledge. It makes it possible to characterize the state of the knowing agent in light of these ends. In a paper co-authored with Gauthier Fontaine, in revision, we thought to show on the basis of two case studies that ignorance can also have a heuristic value for epistemology and not only uncertainty. Ignorance emerges from the interaction between a situation of scientific uncertainty and a standard of normative action. Thus, aspects of biodiversity that go beyond the disciplinary framework, and in particular those that include normative uncertainty and interdisciplinary phenomena, precisely set aside by quantophenic approach, fall within the domain of ignorance more than uncertainty. To finally answer the question raised in the outset, I would argue that quantophenic pressure, that is the reduction to a phenomenon to its quantitative aspect on anticipatory prediction in biodiversity science, result from the concealment of a form of ignorance, which is precisely important to take into account in order to protect biodiversity understood in its full concept. Quickly, so as a sort of second conclusion, I'd like to outline one line of inquiry I would like to pursue concerning the role of predictive ecology movement in this context of controphenia. The arguments put forward by ecologists advocating for a methodological reconfiguration of ecology as a discipline are also internal to their practice and not only external, and often draw on Popperian arguments, particularly regarding the level of precision required for the falsification of hypotheses. This would make it possible to examine how these controphenic tendencies affect different disciplines and internal disciplines concerned with biodiversity in distinct ways. To do so, it would of course be necessary to engage more thoroughly in the history of predictive ecology since the beginning of the 21st century. And as I know that there are many historians in this room, and in this seminar, I'd like to take this opportunity to extend an invitation if this topic interests someone about predictive ecology. So here is the indicative bibliography, and I thank you for your attention.
Well, thanks so much, Solange. We have time just for two very short questions or one long question. So.
Thank you, Solange, for your presentation. And it's really awesome how you intend to apply this science of ignorance. And I think it's really important because there are these things about measuring everything, it depends where you apply it on it. No, this questioning I think is more for Europeans, but if you try to apply it in undeveloped countries, it's really difficult because a lot of people doesn't know even how to measure things, right? And it happens a lot here in Mexico about agriculture when the government try to give subsidizing materials or resources for the peasants. They don't know how to deal with the fertilizers, for example. So how you can measure, have it measure well first, and then try to apply it good first, and then you have then in the next level the technicians or the extensionists who try to measure, I don't know, the rural development, and they also doesn't know everything because they are not really specialists on that. And then you have another level in the government that they say, oh yes, let's try to make this, but they don't even understand sometimes the consequences of these measurements. So on your way, have you ever think about it, or is just how to say, it's just applied to developed countries?
Well, yeah, your question is really interesting. Actually, De Rosière and Porter speak about, it's not even Europe, it's really France, Germany, and the UK in the explicitation of history of pluralistic and so it is also recuperated by in the US. So it's really, you're completely right. It's really US and Western Europe. So I would have to think about what you just said. And the second thing is that I'm not sure that comprehension is really a part of the problem in schizophrenic pressure. It's really an argument to say that the margin of uncertainties are too large so that the decision can be made. But for me, it's really what it is described in the agnotology researches, that it is really a sort of methodological argumentary to be able to refute or to put doubt in actually quite certain scientific assertions. I'm not sure that the comprehension is really plays a key role here.
Okay, thanks so much, Solange. So the last speakers of this session are Paola Hernandez Chavez and Jonathan Garcia Campos, both from UAM Azcapotzalco.
¿Quieres hacerlo bien? Sí. Sí, tú me vas a mostrar. O también lo puedes. Esto creo que está, déjame ver. ¿Está bien?
Thank you very much to the organizers for allowing me to speak here in this nice audience. Well, this is a project I have been working on only this year, so please bear with me. If you have any insight, it will be very welcome. So the main question of this presentation is deals about this question about the main question we have about artificial intelligence. If or whether the changes AI introduces are categorically different from ancient problems, as in social times when people used to say, if you watch TV, it will make you dumber. And we are. So, but I think this is a very open debate for philosophers that maybe we're not addressing correctly or we are not engaging enough. So the main question is if we are losing capacities for overusing artificial intelligence or not. And so I put it as a very genuine open debate. So two provocations or two quotes from Minsky, who claims that today no computer has been designed or is aware of what it is doing. But most of the times we are always not aware of it. So we humans are not aware of what we are doing on the day-to-day routine. We have no capacity to be reasoning about every step we do in our regular day. And the left who claims that it is not a matter of doing or hoping, but just finding new weapons. So my claim, our claim, is that we are not really focusing properly the discussion thus far, but hopefully we can contribute to focus the discussion in a better way. So these are the main quotes. I think that those are the borders of the discussion. And we don't rush to claim that we are losing capacities. We are just proposing a way to frame the debate in a more comprehensive and productive fashion. So the first thing is to understand what we really get from artificial intelligence. We don't distinguish easily between generative artificial intelligence, autonomous intelligence, and what the clouds, all this political debate about the data extraction in current literature. So in the first part, generative AI is something we have to really understand properly. So not to fear what students do or how students use it, in contrast to how we use it as professors, for example. So what generative AI does is just to generate information in different formats, audio, images, and produce a result in a very Turing fashion, step-by-step process. So what algorithms do is just to emulate human intelligence, but we cannot claim that they are really producing, as you all know. So it's a quite different matter what autonomous artificial intelligence does and what are the scopes of this, because autonomous artificial intelligence is just managing to instruct robots to how to do just automatic responses and tasks. And the cloud and the database is just like as we use on everyday basis in regular courses. So that they can allocate the information in just one resource. So it is important, first of all, that we distinguish what we're talking about and what we are afraid about. So what we do actually get is just data, information which is already processed. It's just like a very fast Wikipedia. And that's quite different from what philosophy refers to knowledge. It is not justified through beliefs or not more than what authors have published in regards to this kind of subjects, but it's just tantamount to what exists. So it is not what is being discussed nowadays. Just if you prompt correctly and you ask the generator to give me the last 10 best articles or most cited articles about this kind of debate, but we don't use it regularly as in that way. So information is already structured, and the conflation of databases with knowledge is one of the most consequential epistemic errors we have. So the database is just telling us what is in there. It is not giving us any information about how real, false, incomplete, or biased it is. So another issue that is quite important to know is that I see these large language models as the really the ancestors of really artificial intelligence, because those are the same old questions that Turing was raising when he was expecting to teach a robot how to think, like how to teach a machine how to think as humans. So so we have all these considerations. We have no time in here to timeline the key progresses in every large language models. But what we have now is that this one, just before the pandemics, and just after the pandemics, in which, for example, OpenAI with the GPT-1 in 2023 just launched the app, and so we immersively and very slowly were starting using this kind of processors, and we are just in this 5.2 version. I don't know if you use it, but it's just, they are really progressing about the simulating the conversation when as if you were able to discuss with it. So I think this is very basic for all of you, but it is important to start distinguishing between all these elements. So because all these debates at the Azcapotzalco campus of the Metropolitan University, we philosophers were called to contribute to a new program in artificial intelligence, a new bachelor. So that's the reason why we had to start all this, because they used to call you just an ethicist of how good or bad is it to use artificial intelligence without going deeper in a very real analysis. So, but those are the main questions they are discussing. Even engineers, they say, okay, ethics is just a debate of how good or bad it is to use it without all these framework or distinctions that are what we do as philosophers. So, so machine learning is another very big issue. But just to summarize, I just go with the prophet himself to claim that in Turing's classic writing it was discussed, and we have been just adapting the new conversation into those old aims. So can we skip the thing? So what do we really need about to address properly this kind of controversies about how good or bad is to use artificial intelligence? I think we need, of course, rigorous data about like experiments and just assessing, for example, in our population, the decay, the estimated decay that has been shown in these last years after the use of massive processors of like ChatGPT in a population of high school, first grade to third grade, the follow-up of all of this, and not just claiming that they are just thinking less than they used to be. So first of all, the very serious empirical criteria, but also adapted to our market, to our population of students. So not just claiming that, oh no, we are not, there's no consequences of using artificial intelligence. If you make a wide sample, an interview, you will see that students, they deeply believe that they are using correctly these kind of tools, and also that they have no controversy about this, and they just see the advantages of using these technologies, as in our times we were using the calculator. So that's very interesting, because if you just assume they know or they are aware of the lack of capabilities they are not using, we will be wrong. So I think as philosophers, we just have to start distinguishing all this, the low benefit, the high benefit. This is something we just drafted. In the one side, they claim that AI degrades cognition. In the other one, this one that I just mentioning, that it extends your intelligence. That is just a tool, like in these claims that we are just empowering our capabilities, that it is an extension of our own intelligence, just to use tools as in the old-fashioned way. And on the other side, you have the open questions of what are the criteria or which are the main questions we should be discussing. And also the nuanced views in which you only say, okay, if you're trained to become a physician, then you really need to know how to do the things, because otherwise you cannot use the robotic assistance of the second type of artificial intelligence as when you do robotics. And these ones are the low concern ones. So the first thing, I think we just can distinguish between these three views. A serious response will require to distinguish between dependent from independent variables in the experiments we are assessing, or we are approaching as not the ones performing the experiments. Also examining multiple and broad aspects of memory, for example, versus the degradation of the capabilities in the population of the ones using massively artificial intelligence in terms of the generators, and also reviewing the best available literature. But for sure, I think is very, very unuseful just to claim that it is not being affected, as well as if we claim that it is being affected. So we have, the first step is just to really put it as a serious debate without rushing to make conclusions, as philosophy many times do. So this I will consider this distinction bit as kind of useful, because one is these kind of debates where they just see it as a threat of intellectual or just intellectual supplantations, so to speak. Also, the very specific cognitive impacts it has on these cases. I just presented something similar like 3 weeks ago about the implication or consequences and what literature says about the consequences in visual aspects, and also in deep learning and memory processing. So another aspect is, I think we should just separate all the political and philosophical dimensions, the ethical dimensions, just to focus separately in these specific ones. And I think the focus now should be like the second one, from a very neurological perspective and also evolutionary perspective. So maybe another way to put it is just this, how human cognitive structure adapt. Because of course, as we know, adaptation is the main force of evolution, not any kind of progress. So even since from the beginning, if we claim that we are degrading our cognitive capabilities, we're just losing the focus that natural selection best strategy is to adapt. And we should adapt to those kind of progresses, to what we have now, instead of saying like we're just degrading our cognition. So, so one of the main points, or the most interesting controversies, is that it has been documented like 2 months ago that large language models, they just emerge, they have supervenience properties. So like in the old debates of philosophy of mind, and not a mechanistic not as a mechanistic process, but as in indirect consequence of just teaching on and training the artificial networks to produce a very specific response. So this is not my claim, of course. This is something that has been documented in this work from 2025, cognitive reserve architecture in artificial neural networks, and it is receiving a lot of attention. So we can, of course, wonder how they do it and try to elucidate how they are giving place to these emergent properties instead of just claiming that is not possible, provided that in philosophy of mind, superbeing is not solved anyways. So that's a very fascinating point, I think, for the future that is being discussed already. So there's another, this one, the functional hierarchy of needs, and also the substrate, not the category. And it was also been documented. Consciousness is an event rather than a state. And that's it, something that has been published by Nguyen. So it is also as we use artificial intelligence, we started having the same problems we used to have just for human philosophy of mind. So I mainly work with these cases. Well, not me, but just like with our colleagues, our team. These changes in vision and ocular morphology, I will only mention them. The memory processes that we suppress when we surrogate our capabilities, we claim, we feel like epistemologically, we feel like we have that knowledge, even if we don't have it, and we just store it in our mobile phone. And the consequences of deep learning, the lack of attention we are kind of perceiving we all have, as long as we surrogate also this memory process. So this is a very classic one of the, I just mentioned it because of the link with evolution, with adaptation, that we humans are supposed to have developed this white part of the eye, the sclera, because it has a social function, the cooperative eye hypothesis, and in which we can see or we can perceive or anticipate others' behavior because we are looking at their eyes. And this is something we are supposedly losing because we now act more similar to great apes because they don't focus on the white part of the eye. They don't have a white sclera as us, not as big as us, at least. So they focus the attention in the direction of the head instead of in the white part of the eye. So that's something we're doing. And we have to remember the last year when we are not just seeing, even watching a video, and we are just reading instead of looking to the fully scene of or the action. So we are trained not to pay attention to the movements or the white part of the eye, which is more complicated even, and instead just reading the information, even evoking, even if with that fMRI, we can of course anticipate, we don't have to do it, which parts of the brain are activated just to see through the scene and trying to make a deduction instead of anticipating a danger scene when you have to just run. They cannot tell you, evolutionarily speaking, we cannot be told that just run, believe me, just run, and you read it and go away. So that's something we are just like something. So I don't have time to mention all these kind of evidence of the visual system consolidation, but it's quite dependable of the context, environment, and so on. But it has been documented with this kind of work. Some people think they are very bad evidence, but they have many, many thousands of quotations. So I wouldn't dismiss it so easily. that as long as we are overexposure to the screening, myopia is raising incredibly in the few studies or the databases they have in bigger population, because they are talking about hundreds of cases. So also it's documented the visual fatigue and the computer vision syndrome also from an evolutionary perspective, I think we have to frame the debate including evolutionary perspective and also what neurobiology tells us about it. Next one. And the memory suppression is another case. And next one. So I think we can, I try to summarize it in case I didn't have time. The memory offloading, memory overload, and how LLMs are not human working memory. So this is also documented. And of course, the cognitive offloading and how we are just estimating all these cognitive reserve opportunities that, as you know, as we age, we start losing all these cognitive reserve, and of course, it will be more complicated as we stop using all these old activities. And I won't say brain areas, but just not consolidating, for example, learning a language, how to play an instrument, and so on, which are the most recommended to conserve cognitive capabilities. So I think I will try to stop in here. What can philosophers do? Just this conceptual clarification, of course, distinguishing between intelligence, knowledge, storing information. What do they actually mean? What LLMs are simulating? All ethical and political analysis, because we mix everything when we start talking about this debate about losing capabilities. Also, this epistemological critique, because even when it seemed that epistemology was just dead, in this kind of debates, it comes again very strongly. And this interdisciplinary bridge that as we know, from a very specific field, you cannot solve these very huge debates about AI. Also, you have to include neuroanatomy, because it's very, very important for this, and it's quite intermixed. I won't have time to mention it, but that's it.
Thanks, Paula. So we have time for 2 questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I think we can all agree that the implementation of AI has been like massively faster than our ability to actually analyze the risks of it. So I was wondering, what would you consider to be like the best precautionary idea for at least us as individuals to like avoid the most harm, but also maybe like not get behind the curve as much?
Yeah, I think in recovery training, it's very visible what the consequences are. But I think the experts recommend this like kind of fasting from technology, and also like we were just talking about that yesterday, the break that you get rid of of your mobile phone at least for 2 hours, and then you start doing it by yourself. Because as long as we keep like just surrogating, we are losing our capabilities. We all know that we cannot memorize like our relatives' phone numbers. And so that's what they recommend. And also, as you know, in the best schools or in the Ivy League, they just prohibit the use of mobile phones. And I think we cannot do it. We're not Harry. He sells 30 million books a year, and he claims that you have to rest like 2 months a year from your devices, but he has a lot of people working from here, checking emails and so on. We cannot do it, but I think we have to alternate. Well, it is not that I say it, that's what they recommend. As long as we are sure that we are not losing capabilities.
I like your presentation, thanks a lot. Just off the top of my head, in 1950s article by Turing, he predicted that in the future, machines will trick us 30% of the time. That we will not be able to identify a machine 30% of the time. Is there any idea what the rate is now? I suspect it's a lot bigger.
Yeah, I think he underestimated it because it is claimed that in population of kids, they say that they just cannot go to bed without having a device image in their mind or the lights. And I suppose that only when we sleep, but so it is just maybe 30% of the time we are not watching our devices or the computer screen. But most of the one of these works mentioned that only when we sleep. So I think it's most of the time, and just because we sleep, we don't use it. But they claim that it is all the time. Maybe like 95% of the time, unless we were sleeping.
Absolutely.
Some other question? So we have a break of 10 minutes.
Get it.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to begin our last session. If you can take seat, please. So, Ryan, it's everything ready? Okay. Well, our next presentation, the first one of this last term, is in charge of Théophile Richard, who is going to present the incommensurability of concepts between the history of science and developmental psychology.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizer of the seminar for the setup, for the conferences, for the warm welcome at the UNAM, and for the opportunity to present today a part of my work. Just to give a few elements of context, I've been spending the last 3 years working on a French philosopher of science called Jules Villemin under the supervision of David Rabouin. And this talk today is, in a sense, a sequel of my PhD and a work in progress. So here is the plan of my presentation. I will first go back to what I call an old problem in the tradition of historical epistemology, namely the problem of conceptual change. And I will present the terms of the problem coming back to the formulation given by Jules Villemin. So in a sense, I will come back to my PhD thesis. Then I will try to return to the main text in which the argument was initially developed by Thomas Kuhn, and then on a special reading made by Richard Rorty, because I think this reading is quite eloquent of what can be said of the notion, or what can be made of the notion of incommensurability. And then I will try to criticize the reading made by Richard Rorty and to develop some kind of way out. So the first part of my talk, an old problem in the tradition of historical epistemology. Just to situate my talk, I will just say a few words about Jules Villemin. Jules Villemin was a teacher at the Collège de France from 1962 to 1990, where he has been well known, especially for 3 things. He's first a historian of philosophy. He's a historian, a philosopher of science, but he's also one of the few first readers of analytic philosophy in France, and this is why he is studied today. His main works consist of a thought on the nature of philosophy. His main problem was to try to explain the existence of perennial debates in the history of philosophy. Why do we have the sentiment when we read authors from antiquity, from the Middle Ages, from modern era, that there is always some kind of option that we can find back of problems? But this is not the object of my talk, because he also had a huge interest in historical epistemology, and he left a lot of manuscripts on these questions. Here I just show you an extract from the website of his archives in Nancy, in France, where you can read the titles of the manuscript. And the one highlighted is a book on incommensurability of theories in history of mathematics and physics. And it's really interesting because he did not publish a lot on this question, but when we go to the archive, we find a lot of manuscripts, and notably a huge history of astronomy, more than 400 pages in English, taken from conferences he gave at Princeton in the 80s. And so I can say that a part of my presentation is some kind of commentary of this manuscript. It was a really important problem for him, mainly I think for 2 reasons. The first one was that Kuhn was really influential, and the second is that he had the sentiment that the position advocated by Kuhn threatened an old understanding of what physical theory was. And he traced back the arguments by Kuhn to another historian of science, Pierre Duhem. And I will read the first paragraph of the extract taken from the History of Astronomy from 1985. For a long time, until the beginning of the present century, it has been believed that empirical science and mathematics followed the same path of history. At least, as soon as an empirical science had reached its positive stage, the domain of its law was preserved and extended at each step of its development. In both disciplines, innovation meant progress. And this, the last sentence, was, in the eye of Jules Villemin, what Thomas Kuhn threatened with his book on the structure of scientific revolution, the very idea of a progress of scientific thought in history. And that's why it was so important for him to criticize this point of view. Since the problem of incommensurability has been widely discussed in general philosophy of science, I will try to present the things in another way. And that's why, no, maybe the other way will be just after this slide. This is an extract from the summary of the history of astronomy by the history of astronomy by Jules Villemin, when you can already guess what kind of strategy he will try to develop. In the first chapter, he defined the notion of empirical truth, but then just after, he tried to analyze the way in which, in history of mathematics, the truth of theorem is preserved from one theory to another. And the idea is really classical. It's the idea that mathematics develops mainly by developing larger and larger frameworks in which you can always find back the old theorems demonstrated in different way, but the truth of them in the end are the same. And his goal is to show that when you have mathematical physical theory, since you use mathematics in physics, you can find the same kind of phenomenon, the same kind of coincidences between the results and between two theoretical theories. And that's why he's talking about the point 2, empirical structural embedding, the idea that a physical theory can be embedded in a new theory, more comprehensive. And so the strategy is to show the analogy between history of physics and history of mathematics. And then you will have to take into account the element of a physical theory that seems not to be reducible to the mathematical parts. Namely, for example, the cinematic dynamics or the cosmological part of a physical theory. So he goes from the simpler case of mathematics, and then go deeper and deeper into the element of the physical theory that seems to be not reducible to the mathematical parts. And this way, he can hope to save the continuity of progress in the history of physics. Okay, but since this problem has already been widely discussed by historians of physics and of mathematics, I will just try to give another view on this problem. And here I gave you a quote taken from an introduction written by Villemin to the physical theory by Duhem, in which he stresses the moral part that we have in every scientific activity. Experimental criticism of hypotheses subordinate to moral condition. And just after, the impartiality and loyalty necessary for judging hypotheses make men citizens of another world. At first sight, it's hard to even understand what Villemin means by these formulas, and it's not evident to link these formulas, the idea of a moral component of scientific progress, to the problems stressed by Kuhn and Duhem. And that's why I just give you two other quotes for the context and in order to explain the sense of this text. The first is by Boutroux, and you find the same idea, namely that there is something highly specific in scientific activity. And the second by Duhem, with mystical accents, in which he says that the physicians do not choose his hypotheses, they are imposed upon him by some kind of force, we don't know what, some kind of exigence, intellectual exigence. So it's a widely shared idea at the beginning of the 20th century, the idea that scientific activity is highly specific to human being and human mind. And you find the same idea in the text of Villemin more than 50 years after. the very opposition between imaginative knowledge and scientific knowledge signify for the subject two different modes of being whose opposition is characteristic of the life of the mind. And so in a way, human mind can become independent from nature, from psychology, when he thinks scientifically. And historically, I think it's an important line of thought, sometimes ignored today. But my main interest in this argument is the idea that there is something specific to scientific activity, and we may lose sight of it when we develop a too broad philosophical framework in order to interpret it. And this will be, let's say, my perspective on Kuhn's work. I think he developed some kind of linguistic arguments that, in a sense, may be too far away from the specificity of philosophy of history of science, sorry. Which leads me to my second part. I will try to demonstrate what I just announced here. Here, I will only focus on one aspect of Kuhn's thesis. And here is an extract of an article you will find in the Rhodes in Structure, an article from 1982 called Commensurability, Comparability, and Communicability. And the aim of the text is to clarify the consequences of his famous thesis. And here I would like to highlight only one point, the fact that the framework designed by Kuhn is really comprehensive. This is, I think, the fifth line. Historians, anthropologists, and perhaps small children engage in any process of production in every day. Which means that when Kuhn developed the notion of paradigm, the notion of incommensurability, he develops concepts that you will find back in the history of mathematics or physics, in the case of small children, so in developmental psychology. And so we have the impression that we have a very, very broad framework, and the question is, what become the specificity of the history of each science from this point of view? And I think this is why, and I think this is not at all surprising in Kuhn's work, because here is another text from the Rhodes in Structure, and I would like to highlight the line 5th. If I were now rewriting the structure of scientific revolution, I would emphasize the language change more and the normal revolutionary distinction less. But I will still discuss the special difficulties the science experience with holistic language change. And I think when you read every text of Kuhn, there is some kind of a chasm or a contrast between the first books, more focused on history of science, on concrete historical examples, and the last book, in which he is more concerned of developing, let's say, the linguistic philosophical theory that fit to his practice as an historian. And so in the structure of scientific revolution, you have more questions like how to explain simultaneous discovery, why do scientists stick to theory while there are already plenty of counter-examples known, while in the last text by Kuhn, the questions are more how to understand the way in which scientific language can refer to an extra-linguistic reality. And so it gives rise to a general philosophical problem that can be, in my opinion, detached from the historical basis from which it originated at the very beginning. And I think this really becomes a problem with certain reading of Kuhn. And here I would like to make a small detour by Richard Rorty. For those who don't know Richard Rorty at all, he's an American pragmatist, a contemporary, a self-proclaimed pragmatist, already said it. And he especially defends the idea in his masterwork, Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature, that the metaphor of philosophy or science as a mirror of nature is profoundly ill-conceived, because in no way we can understand this idea of correspondence between our theory and reality. And he based his criticism of the metaphor on a reading of contemporary philosophers and on Kuhn especially. The idea in this text is that the notion of linguistic holism is not really defendable when you are talking about small sentences. If I only say that my phone is on the table, there is no kind of holism in that kind of affirmation. But as soon as you switch from punctual sentences from large theories, for example, the moral vocabulary of St. Paul versus Freud, the jargon of Newton versus that of Aristotle, you begin to be confronted with problem of traduction and incommensurability. And that's why the notion of a mirror of nature can't be applied to that large vocabularies. So here is the first example, and here is the second, not the example, the second one. According to Kuhn, the history of science shows that the structure of controversy that has styled physical science bears a much more closer resemblance to an ordinary conversation that was believed during the Enlightenment. And you can see every quote that you have the same schema. You go from history of science to discourse in general, to conversation taken as a notion that can regroup as well general conversation we have today and scientific controversy, for example. And I think it's not accidental, because when we try to analyze the arguments made by Kuhn and Rorty, we observe that they are linguistic and philosophical arguments, and so it's just natural for them to be this general. And which lead to this kind of consequences. It seems safe to say that almost everybody who tries to resolve rather than dissolve the issue of realism versus instrumentalism takes for granted that we can find something like an inferential principle, which can be called adductive, and which is more prevalent in modern science than in, say, Homeric theology or transcendental philosophy. And then you can see the consequences of the perspective taken by Rorty on the history of science. Since you are looking for an adductive or a scientific principle that can be used in every science, in the end, you will find that it's impossible to find anyone, and so science will be on par with Homeric theology, will be only a kind of discourse in the rest of culture. And that's why Rorty has been accused of being a famous relativist, because of this close analogy he advocates between science and the other types of discourse. Because the last consequences is the idea that we could only dispose with science, only as a kind of historical discourse. We have no obligation to science, to its rules, than we have to Homeric theology, for example. They are on a par. This sort of philosophy does not work piece by piece, analyzing concept after concept or testing thesis after thesis. Rather, it works holistically and pragmatically. It says things like, try thinking of this way, or more specifically, try to ignore the apparently futile traditional questions by substituting the following new and possible interesting question. And one of these futile questions is the question of the rationality of science, the question of realism. And I think there is something really counterintuitive, but I think it's if we want to discuss what is counterintuitive, we have to discuss the notion of generality that is part of philosophical discourse on language itself. And which brings me to the last part of my talk, that I entitled A Way Out. Here is the main argument of my presentation, let's say the core, and it relies on three premises. First, if science is considered as a language on par with the rest of culture, then all we can say of language in general can de facto be applied to science. Then conversely, the specificity of the history of science or of every science is irrelevant to philosophy. because your conclusion is only based on what you can say on the abstract notion of language. Which lead me to the famous proverb, let's say that all cats are gray in the dark. When you adopt a linguistic perspective on every science, then you are in the dark, and you can only take into account a very general feature of language and not the specificity of each science you would like to take into account. Or if I may use a visual metaphor, you are looking things from too far away. And now I would like to end this presentation with two examples in order to illustrate these specificities I've been stressing from the very beginning. And for this, I will like to come back to the history of astronomy by Villemin. The question of historical comparison between two theories or two different stages of a theory makes sense only if one theory of one stage of a theory may be regarded as an extension or a progressive development of the other. Now, mathematics have the peculiarity that the later theory is always expressed in a language within which it is possible to express the theorems of the former theory without having to resort to extrinsic linguistic means. And this kind of correspondence is something that you will never find in ordinary language. And so I will give a specific example. Here is a theorem taken from the book 3 of the Almagest by Ptolemy. And the aim of this theorem, or more precisely the theory of theorem, is to show the equivalence between two kinds of hypotheses. When you want to explain, let's say, an anomaly in the movement of the sun or of a planet, you can as well use an eccentric or an epicycle, and the theorem is showing that the two options are equivalent. But if I'm interested by this theorem, it's for another reason. It's because you can find it verbatim in the De Revolutionibus by Copernic. You find exactly the same theories. This is the first point. So you can recycle an element of a physical theory, something you will never have in ordinary language because you cannot specify a part, divide a part of a language. And second, because Copernicus made another interpretation of this theorem, because he interprets the epicycle as the movement of the Earth projected by the observer. Since the Earth is moving, the epicycle is not a movement of the planet, but the movement of the Earth projected by the observer. So here we have a specificity taken from the history of mathematics that is totally ignored if we stick to a linguistic explanation of the notion of incommensurability or of scientific progress. The second example is taken from a totally different area. And here I will have to be really quick. It's taken from developmental psychology. Just to give the context of these experiments, the idea is the experiments were designed in order to discuss famous theses advocated as well by Hume, by William James, or by Piaget. And it's the idea that the notion of object is not spontaneous for a children. It's only developed through experiences. And this is a study by Karen Wynne in order to challenge this idea. It's really simple. You have a first object placed on stage, then you cover up the object with a screen, and a second object is added, and the land leaves empty. And the question is, what will be the reaction of the children when the screen will drop? And then we have two different cases. In one case, it's the probable outcome. The children will see two objects. And the second possibility is an impossible outcome. There will be only one object behind the screen. And the methodology here relies on what is called time-looking method. It's a way to analyze what the children is waiting for. And we can conclude from this experiment that the children is waiting for two objects behind the screen, because he can know that if you have one object and another one, you will have two at the end. And here is another one in which there is a screen, a duck is showing at the right side of the screen, and then a truck at the left side. And in the end, there is only one object. And the children is not puzzled at all. Why? Because at this age, namely 6 months, he doesn't rely on specific characteristic of the object, but only on movement. And so it could be the same object. He is not puzzled at all. And okay. And I just gave you this example for two reasons. Let's say just one. The reason is that developmental psychologists are really interested by the notion of incommensurability. But I think the notion, as you understood, is in my mind too broad. But I think that developmental psychology gives tools in order to specify pre-linguistic beliefs. And so in a way, you have tools, experimental tools, in order to isolate things from more broader vocabulary. And so I think instead of sticking to the notion generally of incommensurability, we should give more attention to the specificity of each field in which we could be tempted to use the concept. And for this, I gave you 3 types of conceptual system or concepts in which the notion could be used, but in which I think we should more stick to the specificity. And I think I will give up my conclusion to just say thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have some time for questions.
Yes, thank you very, very much, because for me, your presentation was really very interesting. And first, because one reason is because I think that the use of Duhem and Kuhn is a choice, one excellent, very, very, very rich. So, but one question more precise about Duhem, because maybe I'm away. The quotation, according to Duhem, the scientist has no choice in his hypothesis about phenomena. Because that's a point interesting, because in his main master book, which is the Theorie scientifique on objets à structure, there is one chapter, I think maybe a double chapter. The title is The Choice of Hypothesis. So it seems to be contradictory. And what is really interesting that for Duhem, it's correct that the scientific has no choice front of the phenomenon, but the freedom is complete in one step, very precise and important in the theory itself, the physical theory, the mathematical one. So, in this step, the choice is complete, and that for your example in the end is excellent, of course. But it is an old truth, with your example with the story of astronomy. So that's the first verse. It's not really a question, but maybe the second, that is a question. I wonder maybe some of the critics from the critics to Kuhn, the lecture to Kuhn. The critics maybe are more relevant, the critic to Kuhn, the late Kuhn, and maybe not to the Kuhn of the structures of evolution scientific. I agree on that, or for instance, for me, I think I learned a lot of things of the Kuhn and maybe not less on the late Kuhn.
Thank you very much for the question. The first one, I think it's only a question of scale. Maybe that you have liberty at the individual scale in the choice of hypothesis, because between the phenomena and the logic, you have the space of mathematics, where you can find the more useful, the more beautiful hypothesis for Duhem. But at the scale of history, we can say that we have a movement for Duhem that cannot be really explained, a movement of more and more rationality that can only be explained from a mystical point of view. It's what we can see in the text that conclude the origin of statics. from which the text was taken. And as for the second question, yes, I think I would totally agree. But the problem is that I think that the second Kuhn is trying to do something totally legitimate, namely draw the philosophical theory of his practice as an historian. He tried to generalize, but I think the question is how to do this without losing the importance of history, of concrete historical work he did in the structure. I don't know if it's a good answer.
Right, thank you very much. And well, we're a little bit stretched with the time. Thank you very much for your presentation. And our next presenter is Vincent Julian, who is going to give us a talk about entitled "Does the Cora of the Time of the Timaeus make sense in contemporary cosmology?"
Yeah. Ok. Voy a hablar en español. Así. Se abordan aquí las teorías de la materia del cielo sin perder de vista una tesis epistemológica general, a saber que la cosmología, como todas las demás ciencias, asocia tres características, según mí: el progreso del conocimiento, la naturaleza provisional de las teorías y el incremento de la ignorancia. El terminus aco del estudio propuesto es la teoría del cielo de Aristóteles e incluso la cora del Timeo, y el terminus ad quem es la cosmología estándar contemporánea. Es legítimo buscar lo que hay en común entre los siguientes conceptos o nociones: cora, quinta esencia; éter, material sutil; orden de las coexistencias; sensorium dei; campo electromagnético o gravitacional; constante cosmológica, etc. Una pista parece imponerse como una especie de esclarecimiento negativo. Estos conceptos inventados son tantas soluciones propuestas a la imposibilidad de que la razón acepte el vacío completo o absoluto del lugar universal. Una vez determinado y admitido que ciertos espacios cósmicos no contienen materia ordinaria, visible o perceptible, estos lugares están absolutamente vacíos de toda sustancia. Si estas regiones de vacío absoluto existieran, dado que éste debería ser completamente inmaterial, no fenoménico, no podría tener ninguna característica física, ni directa, como la masa, la dureza, la impenetrabilidad, etc., ni indirecta, como el campo electromagnético o gravitacional. Ahora bien, no es el caso, puesto que tales o cuales de estas propiedades o características físicas son propuestas por las cosmologías antiguas, clásicas o contemporáneas. En otras palabras, un vacío absoluto, que no es más que un lugar dimensional, existe. Es el de la geometría, un lugar ideal en el que la esfera toca el plano en un solo punto. Sin embargo, no ocurre nada fenomenal en él. No puede ser una realidad física, cósmica o material, salvo como ayuda para la inteligencia y la imaginación como modelo. Esta dificultad e incluso imposibilidad de concebir el vacío universal o cósmico ha recibido soluciones cuyos nombres son términos antes mencionados. La cora del Timeo de Platón nos dice que esto concierne al universo. Es la matriz de toda la materia de los cielos, bastante mal determinada que está llamada a ocuparlo. Una acotación del Timeo, la cora debe pensarse como un receptáculo susceptible de recibir todas las formas, precisamente porque no tiene ninguna, propone Chantal Jacquet en el comentario del Timeo. Con la cora tenemos un concepto poderoso con un estatus ambiguo entre lo sensible y lo inteligible, una condición de posibilidad, un terreno destinado a fructificar. El quinto cuerpo, la quinta esencia, concepto desarrollado también en la antigüedad griega para describir una sustancia del cosmos distinta de los dos, luego cuatro elementos del mundo subliminal. Tal sería la esencia del cielo y de los astros. Es también el elemento de la totalidad del universo. Es la sustancia en movimiento asociado a la forma más simple y perfecta, la trayectoria circular. No tiene lugar específico, no se transforma ni se altera, escribe Aristóteles. El éter se conocen varias versiones antiguas y medievales. Un cuerpo tan fluido que constituye los espacios de los cielos lejanos invisibles. El éter tendrá una larga vida y múltiples variantes. A menudo es celeste, se mezcla con el aire o con partes más densas. A veces se asocia a la quinta esencia. Más tarde será una sustancia perfectamente penetrable que puede servir como referencial universal. La materia sutil, en su versión cartesiana, es el resultado necesario de la doctrina del lugar como atributo esencial de la materia. Dado que los espacios más allá de los cielos no pueden estar desprovistos de existencia física, es necesario concebir una materia sutil que contribuya a los fenómenos materiales demasiado lejanos o pequeños para ser percibidos, entre ellos el transporte de la luz. Otra solución, el orden de las coexistencias. Es la versión leibniziana de este concepto polimorfo que permite comprender el espacio cuando no es solamente geométrico. Se asemeja en cierto modo a la materia sutil, pero de manera más abstracta. Podría hablarse de una desubstancialización en favor de una estructura. El sensorium Dei. Así es como Newton, en las cuestiones añadidas a la óptica, introdujo este quotation, lugar en el que Dios percibe todas las cosas por su presencia inmediata y en el que forma y reforma las partes del universo, escribe Philippe Amour, un filósofo francés. Dado que el espacio físico en el que ocurren tantas cosas es imposible de concebir como verdaderamente vacío, se recurre a la omnipotencia divina para dotar a ese vacío de eficacia por incomprensible que sea, al menos para mí. El éter moderno, el éter luminífero, aquel que Michelson y Morley intentaron detectar mediante medios ópticos refinados. Se supone que tiene todo el espacio y vibra, extremadamente rígido, si no resulta indetectable. En el siglo XIX ya presenta versiones diversas e incluso contradictorias. Más tarde aparecerá un éter relativista, empleado por Lorentz y Poincaré, y abandonado por Einstein a partir de 1905. El de Lorentz es claramente más físico y realista. El convencionalismo de Poincaré le permite dotar a este objeto de un carácter más teórico y abstracto. El campo electromagnético o gravitacional Este concepto sugiere una vibración del éter que la relatividad especial vuelve innecesaria. Sin embargo, el concepto permanece, ahora sin éter, capaz de existir en el vacío. No esto contradictorio con la relatividad general, la gravitación se convierte en una característica del espacio-tiempo. Einstein admite incluso el uso del término éter para este campo. El espacio sin éter es impensable, admite. El vacío cuántico designa un estado particular de los campos cuánticos, un objeto no observable, pero lleno de energía y necesario para describir los fenómenos de la cosmología. Podemos hablar de la energía oscura o la constante cosmológica. Constituye una necesidad matemática en la modelización unificada principio universal no materializado que da cuenta de propiedades globales de la realidad. Para justificar esta serie, estas nociones son muy diferentes por su antigüedad, su contenido, su fertilidad científica, su relación con la geometría, su estatus ontológico y su modo de ser. Sin embargo, considero que se trata de una serie de conceptos fuertemente vinculados, dependientes, generados unos por otros. En todos los casos se trata de herramientas intelectuales destinadas a ayudarnos a pensar el cielo, el cosmos, el espacio-tiempo, el todo, el universo o el universo. Estas nociones son todas científicas y pertenecen al ámbito de la física, más precisamente a una ciencia de la materia. Contribuyen en su diversidad a hacernos comprender lo que es una teoría científica, pues constituyen pilares ejemplares de la misma. Esta cadena es a la vez una sucesión de refutaciones de estados anteriores de la teoría cosmológica y una modificación, transformación de esta. Y si esto es así, es porque todos estos conceptos, incluso el newtoniano, asumen la tarea de rechazar la idea de un espacio o de un espacio-tiempo vacío. Otro punto en común, su riqueza, su diversidad performativa e interpretativa, que les otorga una notable flexibilidad y explica también su fragilidad. A partir del momento en que la matematización de sus modelos de existencia alcanza el desarrollo que conocemos, se afirma una forma de aprehensión matemática de estas nociones. Es posible que la intensidad de la asociación entre matemáticas y física, al fortalecerse, modifique la naturaleza de esta relación, sugiriendo una especie de fusión. Esto permitiría entonces reificar el espacio y el espacio-tiempo como una realidad física y no únicamente geometría. Cosmólogos como Michel Casset o Roland Leroux, Marc Lachiézere en Francia, así como antes ellos Meyerson, Cassirer o Coelho, evocan con frecuencia la quinta esencia para sostener o discutir ciertas hipótesis contemporáneas sobre teorías cosmológicas. Estos últimos sostienen que el espacio-tiempo de la relatividad general desempeña un papel equivalente al de la quinta esencia antigua. Hay aquí un eco notable de las controversias que animaron las escuelas filosóficas de la antigüedad. Si se observa con atención, se advierte que la cuestión de la quinta esencia casi nunca ha abandonado la discusión física y o filosófica a lo largo de su de estos 24 siglos. Como señala la SUHFECIM, quotation, según la época y las teorías, el estatus del vacío ha oscilado entre el de una nada privativa, apenas una concreción de la nada, y el de una sustancia casi material, dotada de atributos que la convierten en un objeto físico pleno, denominado, por ejemplo, éter o quinta esencia. Es evidente que la quinta esencia de Michel Cassé no es la misma que el de Theophraste. Como materia de los cielos, incluso ha debido ceder su lugar a competidores igualmente sutil como el éter cartesiano. Las teorías que han sucedido, aunque refutadas, han asimilado, transformado y hecho avanzar los saberes que las precedían. Sin embargo, para decirlo de manera directa, puede identificarse la persistencia de una misma pregunta a lo largo de todo el periodo considerado. ¿Existe una sustancia o estructura celeste o universal? Formulada así, esta interrogación unifica la inmensa controversia que ha inspirado a filósofos y físicos. En el marco de la cosmología estándar contemporánea, las sustancias que llenan el universo deben, por necesidad teórica, responder a la definición de fluidos perfectos sin fricción ni turbulencia. El contenido sustancial del espacio-tiempo, para retomar la expresión de John Wheeler, dicta al espacio su curvatura y la curvatura dicta a la materia su movimiento, lo que le confiere un punto en común importante con el concepto aristotélico. Michel Cassé describe así la revitalización de esta teoría desde la relatividad general. La teoría, la teoría de la inflación cosmológica primordial identifica y nombra el elemento padre de la luz y de la materia, es el campo escalar, como vacío o quinta esencia. Aunque ninguna teoría logra explicar completamente las propiedades de este campo, literalmente inventado a la medida para producir la expansión del universo, se reconoce que sus propiedades observables están en satisfactorio acuerdo con los datos astronómicos y cosmológicos. Desde hace tiempo se han realizado importantes trabajos sobre la quinta esencia que han permitido precisar o reevaluar las tesis de diversas etapas del pensamiento científico occidental. La materia étera ha sido constantemente invocada y refutada, ofreciendo una especie de ballet conceptual en el que aparece, domina y es expulsada repetidamente. Sus triunfos y sus caídas nunca han sido definitivos. Okay. Un ejemplo claro es el de Albert Einstein, quien en 1905 vuelve obsoleto el éter de Fresnel o de Maxwell, pero una década después reivindica el éter renovado en el contexto de la relatividad general. Un periodo intermedio que me parece interesante, los siglos XVII y XVIII, algunas palabras son eso. Entre estos dos extremos del intervalo temporal, considerado, grandes debates enfrentaron durante la Edad Clásica a los partidarios de la materia del cielo con los opositores a estas hipótesis. Como dijo Poiré, la burbuja estela, y se impone un universo sin límites, lo cual, por supuesto, abre tantas y más preguntas y problemas de los que resuelve. No solo los cielos son líquidos, sino que además son penetrables sin resistencias. Las observaciones y la teoría parecen precipitar la cosmología hacia un vacío cósmico infinito. En resumen, por una parte, la construcción cartesiana del éter constituye un momento privilegiado de la investigación, ya que es Descartes el primer intento sistemático plenista por oponerse a la doctrina aristotélica. Una vez más, la teoría cartesiana de la materia de los cielos sigue siendo una necesidad teórica inobservable, capaz, según él, de dar cuenta de los fenómenos, y más aún que antes se opone a los defensores del espacio vacío. La noción de éter es retomada inmediatamente y modificada o transformada por los neocartesianos, como Huygens, Malebranche, Leibniz. Sin embargo, es efectivamente Descartes quien elabora el concepto fundamental del nuevo universo, infinito, con múltiples mundos y estrellas soles, transitaban ordenadamente con sus posibles planetas girando a su alrededor. Era necesario un motor para todo ello. La respuesta cartesiana con los remolinos, con una acotación de Constantin Huygens, dice, si non è vero, è bien trovato. Me gusta mucho eso. Conocemos las respuestas alternativas, la atracción a distancia y la extraordinaria construcción matemática que realiza Isaac Newton. A este mundo cartesiano al que no rinde el menor homenaje, Newton opone una fuerza central inversamente proporcional al cuadrado de las distancias y sin resistencia alguna. Más aún, el vacío, la ausencia de toda materia. Es en este espacio donde se manifiestan y se comprenden las leyes físicas. El propio Newton terminará proponiendo una solución a esta magia, el sensorium Dei, sorprendente pero eficaz Deus ex machina que se creía reservado al teatro para resolver tramas demasiado complejas. Ya Tycho Brahe nos había advertido de ello. Para explicar las trayectorias de los planetas, sugirió Tycho Brahe que eran inteligencias separadas, ángeles, quienes aseguran su movimiento. Estamos atravesando un periodo especial en el que se ha dejado de lado el éter o la materia sutil. Sin embargo, su papel sigue siendo crucial, y ya que se le atribua una función de transportar la luz. Hay un pasaje curioso en el artículo éter de la enciclopedia de Diderot y d'Alembert, donde se afirma que, una citación, Newton, tras haber establecido la existencia de este medio étero, pasa a sus propiedades y que, en virtud de estas, puede producir gran parte de los fenómenos de la naturaleza. Por ejemplo, parece atribuir la gravedad de los cuerpos a la presión de este medio. Aquí, los autores remiten al artículo presente, es decir, que en la enciclopedia dicen que Newton defiende el éter. 2 minutos. En sus diversas acepciones, la hipótesis de la quinta esencia fundamenta teorías cosmológicas y astronómicas ricas en anomalías, a veces muy importantes. La diferenciación entre orbes, planetas y esferas resulta, por ejemplo, difícil de conciliar con los atributos de perfección e inalterabilidad del cuerpo superior en Aristóteles. Los remolinos de Descartes plantean graves problemas a la teoría gravitacional asociada a ellos. El éter moderno presenta características difícilmente compatibles y los intentos rigurosos por demostrar su existencia fracasan durante décadas. El debate sobre este elemento inaccesible y necesario para unos, imaginario y superfluo para otros, ha abarcado casi todas las dimensiones de la historia de las ideas: teología, epistemología, astronomía, química, alquímica, física, metafísica. Para concluir, una última observación. La manifestación más reciente de esta sustancia perfecta encargada de reforzar y validar la teoría cosmológica más aceptada es el campo gravitacional. Si regresamos al origen, campo gravitacional, si regresamos al origen de estas especulaciones, encontramos la cola del Timeo, una de cuyas traducciones posible y muy fiel es precisamente campo. Nos resulta sorprendente y notable que tras 2500 años de transmutación conceptual, como respetando una cierta circularidad que la caracteriza más que cualquier otro atributo, el concepto de campo regrese, aunque ahora sea más gravitacional que agrícola. Los dos nombres son terrenos agrícolas. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Vincent, for your presentation. Perfect timing. We have 5 minutes for some comments, questions from anyone. No. Not perfectly clear, apparently. Perfectly clear for everyone. Nothing? Nobody? No?
Thank you very much for your talk. Actually, you covered very period of time concepts. So I was wondering, because I had the feeling that during all your talk, the idea of dynamic was here, but it's not at all the same in Platon, Leibniz, Newton, and so on. So do you think there is a kind of filiation of a kind of Platonian dynamis later up to today cosmology? Or
I will answer you, but not directly more large. This presentation is in a way not reasonable. You know, and I choose to do it too. The theme was the change of concept, and I talk a concept of like universal in Platon and pretend to conduce here until now, So it's not completely reasonable, but I can explain, because of course your question is obvious, and there is other, which is how can we conceive, something in continuity, something relevant on that. That is the rest of a project I had when I was young, when I maybe 20 years ago. I wanted to organize some, a project of research with a group of specialists of different periods and to build something, a big project about the continuity of the quinta essentia of Elitaire, So to answer your question, it needs many more work.
Throughout all those conceptual modifications, every time you can find in each authors some specific relationship between different kinds of concepts that are very permanent, in particular matter and dynamic, for instance. And so maybe in all those different authors, the concepts change a lot, but there is a kind of maybe necessity of linking the same kind of concepts, meaning, for instance, matter and dynamics. Or I don't know, what do you think about it?
No, I think in fact it exists. The nucleus is in the space, supposing G, it's impossible that some philosophical phenomenon exists, and that is very difficult for us, and I think that is universal. Maybe that is in common from Plato until now, that it's really difficult for us, human beings, to understand something without matters and without producing physical effect. That is something strong from the beginning to the end. That is dynamic. Yes, of course, there is some dynamic, and the answer that strange, bias.
Okay, we have here one more question, please.
Yeah, I was wondering if it is possible to think that the electromagnetic field is sort of a new conception of non-material ether, no? And if the quantization of this field destroys that equivalence.
No, it's not equivalent.
Well,
Okay. Wait, but I think now in the modern cosmology, the production of concept which has not really not really realistic. They are not empiric, but they have theoretical, mathematical necessity, something like that. So there's a way to exist, which shows. So, but the subject is too big for me to be able to answer properly to your question.
All right. Thank you very much again for your presentation. And then, we're going to have the last presentation, not just of the day, but of the seminar, in fact, in charge of Gauthier de Pambou, who is going to present a paper entitled From Quantum Electrodynamics to Quantum Optics, Example of a Transfer of Knowledge in Light of the Modular Structure of Physical Theories. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be part of this Franco-Mexican seminar. And actually, as you can notice, I have changed a little bit my title because I have to say I was a little bit annoyed at the beginning because I knew that I would be in front of mostly historians and philosophers of mathematics and biology, and I'm an historian of physics. So I don't want actually to bother you today with my main object, which is the history of quantum optics. And actually, I would like to present you, to introduce to you a concept introduced by my PhD, one of my PhD advisors called Olivier Darrigol, who is also an historian of physics. Because when I saw the topic of the conference, the evolution of theories, I immediately thought about Olivier's theory, which is a new vision of the evolution and the structure of physical theories. And it was actually very inspiring for me because it helped me to rethink in a new way the history of quantum optics. And so I hope that it will be maybe, even if it's closely related to history of physics, that I hope that it will be inspiring also for you. And so, okay, sorry. So here is Olivier, and if you are interested in it, so here is his article published in 2008. It's called the modular structure of physical theories. And Olivier, I know, was a little bit disappointed because this conception was quite unnoticed by the community, and I hope that today I will make these ideas well known to you. So I give you, before explaining the theory, some motivations. So this modular theory is made to understand how physical theories are built, also to understand more to the point, the connections between formalism experiments and interpretations. It's also very useful to compare and apply physical theories I will give some examples from my own research, and it offers a new perspective on incommensurability. So I will make maybe the link with Theophile's presentation, and it's very abstract, as you will see, but actually, paradoxically, it's also very close to the practice of physicists. Olivier is very close to this idea, and so it's important to mention it. It's also important for me to mention that Olivier is not a philosopher of science, at least originally, and that this contribution he made to the philosophy of physics is based on his own experience as an historian. And so I think it's important when you know that Olivier is one of the best, maybe, historians of physics, specialized in the 19th and the 20th century. So that's a good thing. So here is my secret dream, is to build a new school, maybe the new school of modules. So if you like this theory, if you feel inspired by this theory, you could join me, you could join our school. And it's actually not completely a joke, because I hope that someday, I hope to gather enough people to make a collective book on this idea of modules. So a module is itself defined as a physical theory, but it's a physical theory of a special kind, because it relates to another physical theory. I will explain that clearly right after that. Since it is first of all, since a module is defined as a physical theory, I have to explain to you what is a physical theory as it is defined in Olivier's article. So first of all, you have a symbolic universe. So it's from the mathematicians in the room. It's simply a set of symbols that lives in traditional spaces, mathematical spaces, that allow you to define quantities in the theory, the states of the systems you are interested in, and the transformations of these systems. So it's the symbolic universe. And in addition to this universe, you have fundamental laws. So it's laws acting on all the symbols of the universe, the symbolic universe. And this symbolic universe plus these fundamental laws constitutes what we call the formalism. And this is purely mathematical. For the moment, we don't have any link with any experiment in the real world. And this link with experiment is made at the next level of the interpretive schemes. So as you can see, the physical theory, it's that there is this mathematical part, this formalism, and these interpretive schemes, which allow you to define quantities, measurable quantities, and to conceive experiments that allow you to measure these quantities. And an important thing to say is that it's again very mathematical. It's very abstract. I mean, you can manipulate these interpretive schemes in a purely mathematical way. So of course, it's intended at some point to have a link between real experiments, but in these interpretive schemes, you conceive this experiment as idealized experiments that you can treat mathematically. And then you have a fourth ingredient, which are approximation methods that allow you to simplify some problems. For example, you can think about perturbative methods that allow you to make some predictions on conceivable experiments by making some assumptions, like, for example, small forces, etc. Okay, so this is the definition of a physical theory. I give you an example for things to be very clear. And it's a very simple example, classical mechanics, Newtonian mechanics. So in Newtonian mechanics, the symbolic universe is simply the definition of a system S with masses, so with many masses m, mi, positions xi, speeds vi, etc., time t, and force acting on these bodies. So that's the symbolic universe with quantities, continuous variables living in R on R3, etc. Okay. Then you have the fundamental laws, so it's the Newton laws that you know well, and laws associated with forces, like, for example, the universal gravitation, and it's universal, so it's in this case a good fundamental law because it applies to all the elements of the symbolic universe. And then you have so it's purely mathematical, and then you have the interpretive schemes, so conceivable experiments in this framework. So you can, for example, imagine a first ideal experiment, which consists in determining the final position of a moving object, given its mass, its initial position, its initial velocity, as well as the forces acting of it. And you can imagine the reverse experiment, which is that you observe the motion of your object and you deduce from the motion the forces acting on it and the initial conditions, etc. And if you have too many bodies in your problem, you can use some approximation. An example of a physical theory. But I didn't talk about modules yet. So now I will come to the module, and the big idea in Olivier's article in that this theory is not complete. You have to add, to have a real physical theory, you have to add a modular structure. That is to say that you call other theories to help you to build the formalism or to conceive experiments in your interpretive schemes. So in your theory, you have some modules, which are other theories that helps you either to define quantities in your formalism or in your interpretive schemes, or to design possible experiments, or to delineate some specific regimes of application of the theory. I will give an example of that later. And so the point is that, as you can see, the definition of the physical theory is essentially mathematical, but because it includes physical interpretations that you have in your interpretive schemes, and these modular structures, which is a network, a set of other theories that you use for different purposes in your new theory. I give you some examples again. So before the example, I just want to expose you a misconception of the modular structure, because I fell in this trap in my childhood. And I don't want you to think that the physical theory contains like that some modules, and that if you consider each module as a physical theory, you could imagine that you have other modules in the modules, and then the physics resembles Russian dolls, okay? And actually, that's not the idea. You have to see this modular structure as a network. So you have your physical theory, you have another beautiful physical theory, a third incredible physical theory, and you can consider one theory acting as a module of your theory, okay? And it can act on different parts of your theory, etc. And so I don't know if the metaphor is really great, but it's more like a Lego game, okay? And of course, this is not frozen in stone. It evolves in time, and it depends also on the conception you can have of your theory, on the type of experiments that you can conceive at a given period of time, and on the degree of elaboration of the theory. So, of course, when you have your theory, you can improve it, add some symbols, add some new experiments, etc. So I give you examples, so maybe you will maybe it's a bit debatable, but in Olivier's vision, Euclidean geometry can be considered as a module of classical mechanics. So you can read Euclidean geometry is a module of classical mechanics because the objects of mechanics are defined within Euclidean space, and because Euclidean geometry itself is a physical theory which can be used to predict the metric relations among rigid bodies. It means that if you see Euclidean geometry, if you bring physical interpretation to Euclidean geometry, you can make it a physical theory, which begins to be a module of classical mechanics. But it's not the only time you can see this kind of example. For example, much later, you have Riemannian mathematics, and at some point, there were, with the advent of general relativity, a physical meaning to this Riemannian geometry, which became a physical theory in this sense, I mean, in the context of general relativity. And so you can consider that a mathematical theory can become a physical theory. Okay. And of course, classical mechanics is a module of many, many, many theories, but I give you just one example. It can be considered as a module of special relativity to define quantities, but also to imagine some experiments within the framework of special relativity. And then you can see special relativity as a module of general relativity, and that you have your network of physical theories. So I just want to, so I mentioned I mentioned that there are different kinds of modules, different ways of acting on a theory. So I just give you the different, it's not exhaustive, but I give you some examples of the different kind of modules you can meet. So very simply, you have defining modules, that is theories that allow you to define quantities in your new theory, to define the, for example, to build, that help you to build the symbolic universe. You have reduction modules. It's kind of defining modules, but the point is that with the reduction modules, you define all the quantities, all the symbolic universe. For example, if you refer to optics at the beginning of the 19th century in France, in the Laplacian program, you had the idea that all the optical phenomena could be explained in a mechanical way. That is, you can consider the light is made of corpuscles, and there are forces acting on these corpuscles, and then you can explain all the optical phenomena with this mechanical vision. And so in this period of time, in the Laplacian program, classical mechanics can be considered as a module of optics. Okay. Then you have schematic modules. So the name refers to the interpretive scheme. So that's module that helps you to build your interpretive scheme. So that helps you to conceive, to define experiments in your theory. So I skip because I have 5 minutes left. You have approximating modules. So for example, in the case of special relativity and general relativity, you have this approximating module, because if you just look at phenomena in a small location of space-time, then you can recover special relativity from general relativity, etc. And you have the specializing modules, and that's in my case what is of interest, because I consider, I will explain to you right after that. So it's the idea that you restrict the class of phenomena you're interested in your interpretive schemes. So it resembles the approximating modules, but the difference is that there is no approximation. I give you an example, it will be very clear. Electrostatics is a specializing module of electrodynamics, because in the case of electrostatics, you consider only phenomena with charges that don't move. So there is no approximation. It's just a choice of phenomena you are interested in. And my claim is that quantum optics, in my case, can be regarded as a specializing module of QED, that is quantum electrodynamics. So since I have 3 minutes, I just very quickly explain the idea. Quantum electrodynamics, it's a theory that was built from the 20s onwards. And the idea, roughly said, is to make a quantum version of the Maxwell electromagnetism. Okay. And actually, dealing with very specific kind of phenomena at high energies, and there is nothing to do with optics in the 20s, and quantum optics is the moment in the 50s, 60s related to the invention of the laser, etc., when some physicists decide to apply this theory, quantum electrodynamics, to specific kinds of phenomena in optics. So in the article I'm preparing, I try to prove this statement by showing that there were at the birth of quantum optics, two transfers of knowledge from quantum electrodynamics to optics. The first one made by Glauber, so I don't have time to explain deeply, but the idea is that he tried to give a quantum explanation of the light emitted by a laser, and that led him to build a new theory, which is the foundations of quantum optics, theoretical foundations. The second example is another guy called Edwin James, which was in a completely different way. He thought that quantum electrodynamics was a bad theory with mathematical absurdities, etc. And so he tried to find a situation to test quantum electrodynamics, and this situation was the invention of the maser in 54. So it's like a laser, but it's a microwave domain, so that's why there is an M. And he used this invention to find a new situation to test quantum electrodynamics. So it's another transfer of knowledge, because he he applied quantum electrodynamics in the case of the maser. And the thing really important is that quantum electrodynamics was made by people like Feynman, Thomas Finger, and these people were not interested in optics. Actually, you have to quote other physicists like Glauber, Edwin James in my previous slides. These physicists applied quantum electrodynamics to optics, but it was not the main physicist, if you want, of QED. And so my point is that quantum optics is not merely a branch of quantum electrodynamics. It's a new field of research, and that's why you can consider it as a module of QED, because it was linked to the formation of a new community of people that actually can forget about QED, but that are interested in phenomena linked to optics, and coming from at the origin coming from QED, but then you can forget about QED and then work on your specific kinds of phenomena. So that's why it's a specializing module. You specialize quantum optics to a restricted class of phenomena linked to optics. And so there are I recommend you to read Olivier's article, but there are many very interesting implications, consequences of this modular theory. The fact, very quickly, that the construction of a new theory is made of modular constraints. For example, you have at some point to make a link with former theories that have proven effective. So that was an example with special relativity. You can recover classical mechanics if you consider small speeds, for example, compared to the speed of light. So you have to, you didn't start from scratch, the idea. Another, and in the history of quantum optics, before this quantum theory of Glauber, there was a classical theory of optics, and of course people like this new quantum theory and the former classical theory of light, which have proven effective in many ways. And then you can compare also theories thanks to this modular structure, and that's one of the main punchline of Olivier's article. Radical incommensurability only is a philosophical fiction. And this is because since all physical theory are interconnected with these modular relations, then you can compare two theories and their predictions on the basis of their modules that are common languages. And so in the history of quantum optics, you can see, thank you, some experiments as crucial experiments. So it's interesting because crucial experiments are well debated in the community, but if you, in Olivier's theory, you can consider crucial experiments. And I skip this part, but there was this experiment led by a physicist in Rochester showing that in some cases, these specific cases, you are forced to use the quantum theory of light to explain some phenomena, and the classical theory was at that time disproved. And you can have this kind of statement because of the modular structure of physical theory, because you can consider quantum optics as a module in this case, you can consider classical optics as a module of quantum optics. And then the last example, if you consider modules as common languages, you can have some communication between different communities working with different physical theories. And there is a great example in the history of quantum optics, because you may know Claude Quentin-Tanouji and Serge Haroche. They are atomic physicists, but let's say quantum optics physicists, and they developed this idea of the model, this model of dress states. This is a model very important in quantum optics, but they wanted at some point to prove to QED physicists that it was interesting and useful. And so they published at the same time 2 articles dealing with matter-light interaction phenomena, and they dealt with this phenomena with QED and with the idea of the dressed atom, and that proves that they can have the same results in a simpler way. And of course, it's allowed by the modular structure because quantum optics is a specializing module of QED that allows this communication. So that was very fast. I'm sorry for that, but I would like I would be very happy to answer your question. And of course, if you want to join my school, I would be happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gautier, for your presentation. We have some time for a few questions, first here and there.
Well, thank you very much for your talk and your presentation. But I just didn't get it. What is the advantage of considering this aspect of for modules? What is the advantage in our to improve our knowledge or what? I didn't get quite this idea.
That's an embarrassing question, but I would say that it's a personal answer. But to me, it's always difficult to have a good account of the structure and the evolution of physical theories, because you always have this balance between historical insights and more logical insights, and sometimes it's difficult to combine the logical evolution of physical theory with historical matters. And I think that, and Olivier presents this theory like that, it's a good balance, this theory, between history and logic. So to me, and there is another important aspect, which is a module, as you can see, is there is a mathematical structure and interpretations, physical interpretations, and you cannot separate in this modular vision, you cannot separate this formalism from the physical interpretations. And so sometimes we have in the philosophy of science, we try to have this distinction between formalism or mathematical structure that you can follow in the history of physics, and physical interpretation that can change, whereas mathematical structures can be the same. Okay, and it's a different vision. Then the frontier is not between mathematics and physical interpretation. The frontier is between modules, between physical theories, but that grab at the same time mathematics and interpretations. So I don't know. It's I didn't prepare the answer, but I think that's some point that was of interest for me.
Thank you very much for your talk. I was wondering, you said that there were different kinds of models, but it seems to me that they are all of the same nature, namely epistemological models. So would you consider other ontological kinds of models first? And secondly, do you think that every kind of science would be read via this modularity lens? I think, for instance, of Juan Manuel's talk just before, do you think that any kinds of Darwinism can be read with models?
So, about the first question, so I mean, maybe the word is a bit strong, but ontologically, a module is a physical theory. The various kinds of modules appear from the fact that they can act differently on a theory. But even on the same theory, you can have the same module can act differently on the same theory because, for example, you can use a physical theory as a module to define some elements in your symbolic universe and to define some experiments. Or sometimes it will be only to define experiments. And there are many possible situations explained, for example, in Molike's article. But in itself, it's a physical theory. But the originality is that you don't have a complete final physical theory if you don't consider the modular substructure of this theory, that is the connections with mainly the former theories. And for about the second question, so that's why I decided to make this presentation here. It's you have to answer this question. To me, it's a very to me it's very relevant for the history and philosophy of physics. But I wanted to make this talk today to see if there is an echo in the community of historians of mathematics or biologists. Maybe the most important thing for me is that to inspire you. Okay, if you feel inspired by this talk and by this theory, I mean, it's perfect. Then if you want to apply it to mathematics or biology, feel free.
Okay, we have one last question. Sorry.
Thank you. I was wondering, since you're ultimately working with an evolutionary theory, if you have considered reviewing the structure or ideas of modular biological evolution, because, for example, if you have the concept of heterochrony, that is different parts of attributes of the body evolving at different stages. So I just think it of that as an analogy of the models you presented. I think it would be interesting.
So as I said, I'm not at all a biologist, and so I mean, I don't know. I think it's very relevant for the history of physics, but I think it can have some. It can resonate with other fields of knowledge, like biology. This is very close to mathematics, as you can see. So I think the connection between mathematics and physics is easier to make in this case of the modular theory. But I would be very happy if you find a good example in the history of biology to apply it in theory. But I think the main difference is that, as you can see, the mathematical structure is very important in the case of modules. I'm not sure you can have the same kind of theory in the history of biology. I will tell you.
All right. Thank you very much, Gautier, for your presentation. So this was the last one presentation of the day and of the seminar. I don't know if there are some final remarks by the organizers. Something maybe you want to comment? Or?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank you all for your talks. I think we've had a very successful seminar and with lots of questions. And I'm very glad to see a full room. And just following up on what was said in the opening ceremony, I guess we'll all see each other again in Paris in 2028 when Vincent, the head of the organization, invites us But well, thank you very much. And there's the lunch as usual, and then a visit to the museum and dinner for the speakers. Thank you very much.